Morning, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series on this Wednesday, which means that it is the first place about to be filled at finals night on Saturday, the last one before a little break for Christmas. Glenn Durrant alongside me. Glenn, before we look into what happened yesterday, just a quick word on what it feels like for players on a Wednesday, because three of them very much in contention, but what about the other three that maybe have to just kind of play into form?
It's interesting, there's a lot of debutants as well, so I think they're learning on the job as they're going along. I think it's because of the separation, you know, them guys at the bottom can still play a big part in it. They've got the rest of the week, and there could be real spoilers as well today. But it's going to be fascinating up front, and you know, people have a real opportunity of a statement of intent from very early doors. So it's going to be really interesting, especially the calibre of them first early games.
Well, let's talk you through the runners and riders based on what's happened so far this week. Luke Getty, local player, not being at his best, but has shown signs.
I like what I see with him. It's just his doubles and his setup play can be better. There's a game there. He's someone who could come out of the pack and have a real, you know, sparkling day.
And Tony Newell, someone who we do know more about, he said himself he's disappointed.
I'm disappointed in him too. Yeah, he talked well. He came into it form as the ADC champion, but lots of work to do. Now
this fella looks like he was warming up, didn't he, yesterday?
He is. He comes out the trap so quickly. He's like Usain Bolt, but finishes a little bit like Glenn Durrant.
And the surprise package, Adam Warner, very, very good stuff.
Big fan, huge fan.
It's Chris Landman, though, and Richard Veenstra fighting it out at the top of the table. Landman led on Monday, but Veenstra won all of his matches yesterday.
Yeah, no surprise to me. Veenstra was the guy I picked from day one, and Landman's in great form at the moment. No surprise to me at they 1 and 2.
Well, let's get confirmation of that Group A table with the two Dutchmen at the top of it, but they swapped places after those 5 wins for Veenstra yesterday. Landman actually on the same points as Adam Warner, so we're talking about this kind of Dutch derby, and they're going to play in the first match, but Warner's certainly still in the mix.
He's the successor this week, and he's sat in 3rd place. What will be interesting is if Landman can beat Veenstra in the first game, and then Warner, you know, wins his first game. Everyone's then sat on 16 points, and then sit back and enjoy.
Does it matter where the bottom 3 finish in terms? They're going to be playing each other in the rest of the week, so is it a bit of bragging rights?
Yeah, and if I was in their position, it's about, you need a catalyst, you need a moment where they need a foundation to build on for Thursday and Friday. Let's look at Tony. If he has another bad day today, you know, the rest of the week could be a long week. If he gets 4 wins out of 5 today, that could be the moment where he thinks, Group C is for me. We start on 0. I'll be back.
We'll focus on the top of the table, in particular the first match, because it is Chris Landman against Richard Veenstra. Now, here's what happened when the pair met in their previous meetings this week. It was Veenstra who got himself into a healthy position in the first match, but Landman went on to win that one, but yesterday the other way around, Veenstra getting his own back.
Yeah, it's been topsy-turvy. You know, it's going to be very, very difficult to try and determine who's going to win that match. You know, I'll side with Richard Veenstra, but yeah, anything can happen. It's too tight. Good friends, they travel together, so there'll be a lot of bragging rights between them.
How significant is this first match? Do you think that ultimately it could be decisive?
I think the words I used in my notes was statement of intent. You know, if Richard Veenstra comes out and wins this game, he's beginning to just get like a 4-point advantage there. I mean, part of me is a neutral, wants Landman to win this game and really congest that group, but you know, big opportunity for both players.
And what of Adam Atkinson? Finally, he's going to take Adam Warner. Sorry, finally, he's going to take on Luke Getty in the 3rd match of the day. He's bottom of the table, Luke, so he should keep himself in the mix and just keep snapping at the heels of the top 2.
We waxed lyrical all week about him, and then I doubted him yesterday after his first defeat. And what did he do? He proved me wrong. He bounced back. He has been the success of the week.
Right, a couple of predictions. First of all, this first match, and then your Group A winner, the first man through to finals night.
Yeah, Richard Veenstra, / Richard Veenstra. I'm stick with that. He's a lovely guy. He deserves all the success he gets. I think he's possibly underachieved in his darting career. Maybe the moment starts with the MODUS Super Series. He's on fire right now.
There we go. Durrant doubles down and he's going to head down to join Matthew Edgar to guide you through 15 matches on this Wednesday morning.
Thank you, Chris, and good morning to everybody joining us today. And for the first time, I've got to say, I agree with Glenn Durrant. I'm going Richard Veenstra myself to win this group. I thought he'd move yesterday, and he did very well, but Chris Landman's not going to give it all his own way. He is sat in 2nd position, and as Glenn Durrant just said, up on the balcony, if he was to win this, would join level with Veenstra, Then Adam Warner will come up later against Luke Getty, so it all could get quite congested
Okay,
at
firstly,
the
it's
top.
Chris to throw first. Game on.
For me, Richard Veenstra has been the standout performer so far this week, not just in terms of the levels that he has hit at the very top, but the level of consistency
100.
and the level of resilience we have seen from Richard Veenstra. That was highlighted when these two met yesterday in the last game, game number 14.
100.
Chris Landman broke the throw to go 3-2 up with a 72 finish, and then we saw Richard Veenstra about straight back with a 13 darter and a 15 darter, and it's that level of resilience and quality that I have to agree with Glenn that he is the man to beat.
140.
Yeah, I could watch these guys for a best of 9 sets there, because rest assured with this game will not take long.
100.
But first game of the day as well, what an opportunity to, for someone like Richard Veenstra can go 4 points clear. But Chris Landman, a victory
100.
here.
167.
And a victory for Adam Warner. Wow, that really tightens up. Just sit back and enjoy everything that you see.
26. Richard, you've got 161.
There's the first mistake from Landman there. We talked a lot about setup play yesterday. He's opened up with some lovely scores, but that 20 points there gives the advantage to Veenstra very early.
92. Chris, you've got 141. 89.
There's a
Richard, you've got
2-dart combination.
69.
69's a tough one. We'll be looking at treble 19. So he'll be going for 18 for his favourite double 16.
37.
They're the kind of
Chris, you've got
darts, because
52.
I fully expect Landman to check out. He does like the two. Normally goes quite
Game
big on that
show the
first dart.
first leg.
But
Chris
he
Landman.
sinks it right in, and that just shows you the calibre of these guys. And when you get an opportunity like Veenstra there, you have to take it. But it's Landman who takes a 1-0 lead.
First.
Yeah, you feel that they're the sort of opportunities they're going to get in these games. Those where it might just be a dart at the double,
40.
or it's one of those shots where if they can get the treble, we'll give them a couple of darts. Obviously, 69 if you've got the treble, you've got 2 darts at the double 6. So when they've met before, like say 4-3 yesterday and 4-3 on the first day, just shows how equally matched these two players are.
Yeah, and they're good friends as well. And already maybe Veenstra's thinking of that double 16, because he's opened up here 40-40.
There's an opportunity here actually as well for potential a bit of revenge if Landman was to take a bit of a lead, because on the first day Richard Veenstra looked like he was going to run away with this game. He went 3-1 up and actually lost the match 4-3.
Yeah, if you're watching the MODUS Super Series for the first time, good morning and welcome. You'll see a lot of topsy-turvy things happening with the table today. Just when you think you've got the scenario that you required, something will change. We've seen top B bottom. But this is the game that whetted the appetite. But really,
97.
at this moment, it's a bit of a one-sided affair with Landman looking good for a 2-0 lead.
And defeats and something Richard Veenstra hasn't been feeling too much recently. He went through the card yesterday, winning all 5 games. He won his last game of the day on Monday, beating Luke Getty 4-0. But he's 2-0 down in this one.
Chris Landman.
And we picked up on this yesterday, really, with Richard Veenstra about his scorelines. I said they beat Luke Getty 4-0, but before that he actually lost 4-0. Before that one, he won 4-0. And then yesterday, he started doing it again, 4-1s and 4-0s. It's like, it's all or nothing.
You know what I liked about that throw there? That there was no disappointment. No, he didn't show his opponent anything when he had the bounce out, which looked like it was right plumbing the treble 20 there. It's absolute focus in them eyes. Just look at that.
85.
And like you said, when you're watching two fluent, quick players, it's lovely to watch, and also how important this game is as well for both players. Like I said, for the neutral, a Landman win would really congest this group.
96.
Is it me, or is this game going so quick?
140.
It's gonna be over pretty soon at this rate. 9 darts thrown from Richard Veenstra, and he's already under the 200. And he has to be, because Landman has left 96. That's a double after 12. Will he get a go?
It's all about the first out. Beautiful. And double 9, not a double we love.
87.
And that's always the fear, but what
Richard,
a chance that was for a 3-0 lead. Now, Richard's hit this 180 on 184 a couple of times this week and has pinged in the double two.
Game show on the third leg.
And he saves it this time for his last
Veenstra.
dart. And it's just what he needed. And more important, Matt, that was a breaker throw.
Fourth leg is Richard to
Yeah,
throw
it's back to
first.
where it would
Game
be
on.
if we didn't have any breaks to throw now. Richard Veenstra throwing first to level it. Landman obviously throwing first in the match. So we're back on par, really.
Will we look back on that double 18, double 9 combo there, even so early in the day?
95. $60.
Had a fascinating chat with Matt before, an hour before this game, about the mechanics of the game, mechanics of throws, etc. But when you watch these two, it's not complicated, is it? Just get your darts and throw them in less than 3 seconds. But how many Dutch players actually throw like this? It's
140.
you could just sit back and watch these all day.
85. Richard, you've got 161.
So this is for a level game. He does have a little bit of time on his hands because Landman
56.
181, but that is after 9 darts. So that just shows the quality of this match.
He is in great form, Landman.
60.
Speaking
Richard,
to him, he
you've
said he's in the
got
form of his life.
105.
Had a great run in Northern Ireland this year. I really fancy him to do really well
Game show on the fourth leg.
in the World Match Play,
Richard
in the World
Veenstra.
Masters as well. But these two guys are putting a real show on for us yesterday. We were spoilt rotten with the opening game yesterday with Willem Mandigers.
Fifth leg is Chris to throw
These two
first.
people,
Game on.
these two players are not disappointing right now.
Well, you mentioned he's in the form of his life, but he's not in a very good run of form at the moment here at the Super Series. When we look at his last results, he lost yesterday the last game to Veenstra, which we've already said
58.
4-3. But the game before that, he lost to Adam Warner 4-2. So he is on a
85.
back-to-back defeats. This is for the hat-trick. And I wonder if that just comes into play a little bit when he was throwing at that 96 to take a 3-0
100.
lead.
Yeah, prior to the MODUS Super Series, they have played twice this year against each other. Chris Landman with a 4-0 victory at the England National Singles. And Chris Landman in the British Open in Bridlington in the quarterfinals also beat Richard 4-3. So it's been advantage Landman in 2022.
100.
Travelling partners, good friends. Seen them practicing on the board
100. Chris, you've got
this week. Never easy to
117.
do, but you just got the feeling watching these two. It's all about business. Tops.
77. Richard, you've got 143.
He has a tendency to go very high in that first start at tops. But what a finish this would be. Leaves 66. We're looking at treble 10 on the bull.
87. Chris, you've got 40.
Watch him go high.
Game show on the fifth leg. Chris Landman.
Superb game. Excellently executed. It's 3-2 to Landman. This would be a huge 2
Sixth
points
leg
for
is
Chris.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
I think all the ingredients, and he'd had 4-3 all over it this one, Matt.
Well, it's had 4-3 all over it all week so far, hasn't it? Both meetings between the two have gone 4-3 as one apiece. But it's been
45.
such a different story every time. 3-1 lead for Veenstra on day one, and he had that turned around.
It's
on.
180.
If there's ever going to be a 9-darter, it's going to be in a game like this where you've got two quality players who are playing at
100.
pace
Richard,
with
you've got
rhythm. 1-4-1
141.
for a 9.
Oh. That was going to get me first Christmas present there.
Boo.
I'm desperate for to
45.
commentate on a 9-dart. I've even got my notes here of what to say when a 9-darter goes in. Superb darter. At this moment, he doesn't care.
100. Richard,
it's
you're
96 again.
96.
All about that first dart. He likes to just sit on top of that. It looks like he leaves double 8. No.
56.
56. He sets it up nicely. And for Landman, all he can do right now. And you'll see Chris Landman
60.
doesn't deviate from that
Richard, you're
20 bed.
40.
He's not like one of a lot of the Dutchies who are, use the
Game show
19s,
the
18s
sixth
and
leg.
bullseyes a lot.
Richard Veenstra.
But it's exactly what we wanted. 3-3, a lot of respect out there. They may be smiling, but inside they both realise what a massive leg this is. But how important it is to throw first, and how fundamentally important it is to hit that treble 20 first and last dart. Advantage Landman.
Seen a tweet yesterday that the PDC World Darts Championship obviously starts tomorrow. And there's a prize actually. You've got to get 2 9-darters now to scoop the prize at the World Championship.
That's how good it is right now. An incredibly talented field this year. Minus Edgar and Durrant.
100.
It's a quality field.
It is looking like what the neutrals wanted. It does look like a Landman win now, especially after that
161.
return there from Veenstra. Just keep it simple, I would say. That leaves 81. I would go for the bull or treble 19 there.
83.
That's a slack dart there, but you would still say it's all in his favour right now. His to lose. And not a great deal of pressure. So 6 darts from 78. And for the match,
38.
There's nothing Richard Veenstra can do from 201. He'll be
140.
Oh, that's a good dart. I would have looking at the 105 or the ball there, but he's got to sit back and watch now and hope that Chris Landman doesn't hit this tops. That first start didn't help the second, but it certainly helps the third. And Chris Landman has opened up a Group A. The leader of Group A, Richard Veenstra, goes down for the first time in 7 matches. Chris Landman tightens things up at the top. He joins him on points. And that will mean now our eye will turn to Game 3 with serious interest when Adam Warner takes on Luke Getty. But before that, we've got Tony Newell coming up against Willem Mandigers.
So Landman levels the lead in the league, with victory over Veenstra in the opening encounter of the morning's action. And it is another decent match between the Dutch duo, 4-3 to Landman. All three of their games this week have been 4-3. Veenstra averaging 94 almost and hitting 50% of his double attempts, including a 105 checkout. But ultimately ending in defeat, and that means that it is all to play for at the top of the Group A table. Certainly looking like a three-horse race. If we take a look at the group, we'll see that Landman is now top on 16 points, a slightly better leg difference by 3 over Richard Veenstra, who's level on points. Adam Warner, though, with that game in hand, and will take on bottom place Luke Getty in the third match of the morning, could make it a three-way tie with 4 each to play, getting very, very interesting indeed. But now we turn our attention to the bottom half of the table and a meeting between Tony Newell and Willem Mandigers. Now, when the pair have met previously this week, it's 1 win apiece. Newell getting the win on Monday, and the Dutchman reversing the result yesterday. So really, it's all about trying to find a little bit of form, something to take into Group C for this pair on Thursday and Friday. Of course, it's a second chance, as always. 2 places up for grabs at finals night in that group. So can they do it? Which one of them can do it? Or can both of them up their level? It looked like we were seeing signs from Mandigers yesterday, but Newell said he's been dusting himself down and is ready for a run today. Let's find out what happens in the company of Glenn and Matt.
Thank you, Chris. An outstanding first game. Really enjoyed that one. Landman and Veenstra didn't disappoint. If you've been watching all this week, this guy in your picture right now has come out the blocks quicker than Usain Bolt, is what we said yesterday. He was absolutely amazing in his both opening games, Monday, Tuesday, but petered off slightly the rest of the day. Will that trend continue? And whether or not my eyes are deceiving me, Tony Newell, who's been pretty disappointing this week. Looks like he's changed his darts.
Looks like it's Tony to
looks like
throw
a John Law
first.
flight as
Game
well to go
on.
with it, so that will be interesting. He does use a very bulbous barrel, and that is definitely a different dart to what he's been using this week. Any thoughts on that, Matt?
85.
I think he's been using the wrong equipment all week. I've been watching the way the dart goes through the air. I've been watching the way it lands in the board. I thought the flight was too
100.
small for the size and the weight of the dart. I don't think it gave him any control. So I'm not surprised to see a change.
60.
And obviously he identified the same sort of thing, that the darts was just not travelling through the air and coming out of his hand very right.
I don't like to give credit to Edgar, but he did
60.
talk about that lot smaller flight, and especially with the 26 bulbous barrel that he uses. And on one of Matt's videos, he did an
100.
experiment with tungsten stems flights, and something he picked up was that type of flight is not conducive to a dart really over 21 grams.
96.
So he did pick that up this week, and whether Tony's been listening or a family member has said, but I know it's not going, they're going in treble
90.
5, but I do like the balance better, these darts going in the board. So it'll be interesting to see for Tony. It's nice he's got this opportunity today to try these.
100.
Like I said, tomorrow in Group C, he'll come back and he'll be back on 0 points because he's actually in very good form. He's the ADC champion. Nice £2,000 bonus he got for winning that. And he came here with high expectations,
92.
albeit he hasn't been
145.
practicing an awful lot in 2022.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me in terms of
74.
even just early on, first of all, what a great opportunity. Like I say, he's sort of out of the running as far as Group A goes. So a great opportunity to put these to some match
54.
practice and
Will
see
he
how they
require
go for Group C.
101?
But the big standout for me is the angle in which the darts are landing in the board. I think he might be miscounting here.
71.
That was
Tony
double
required
15 he
20.
wanted there, not tops. Bit of a miscount there. He wanted 44, not 54.
I will say that Willem said he's not match sharp. We've used that term a lot this week. And when you are match sharp, your finish is just
Tony
automatic.
Newell.
And that miscount there was just music to the ears of Tony Newell, who does look a different player. The balance of that dart
Second is
setup
Willem to
does
throw
look better.
first. Game
Now, I
on.
know he's not averaging 120, and what's Duran talking about? but we have the privileged position here to see every dart close up.
57.
And I genuinely believe the balance of that setup he has right now is much better. We've talked about this left eye dominant, the way he comes right across his face. It has the tendency to the option of a lot of inconsistency of darts, in sort of my opinion. Whereas if you look at that throw there, it's a lot more very similar. I've always felt that Willem's had a very silky, smooth throw. We have picked up a couple of things with that. Whereas Tony on that side view there doesn't give it as much with the way he comes right across his face. But them darts are definitely going in the board a heck of a lot better than they have been on Monday, Tuesday.
You've only got to look at the averages to get the story. Yesterday, he averaged in the 60s twice. Now, Tony Newell's not a player you would even associate as playing in the 70s, but to drop down into the 60 averages twice, he also had a couple of games in the 70s as well, and it was not really much prettier on Monday either. This has been a disastrous week so far for Tony, so to be averaging in the mid-80s so far in this game is
140.
A massive improvement. And if you thought that the improvement was going to come today, there was some value in this on Tony Newell. He came into the game, despite having the throw as the 6-5 second favourite. You could get 8-13 on Willem Mandigers, which before the off, you said was a bit of value.
And just remember to gamble responsible. 18 plus, be gamble aware.
Tony 130.
And he's playing with a bit of a smile on my face. We used the word yesterday. We actually feel sorry for Tony. He looked a desperate man. There was one in particular leg
47.
where I just wanted to go and give him a big 36. Hug. I know what it's like to be devastated on a hockey lately, and but, you know, he's playing with a bit of a smile. But the guy you're seeing
Willem
in your picture there has been unbelievable on the first game of the day each day this week, and I expected him to come out at one stage yesterday. He was averaging about 115. But he really dipped in form as the day went on. But look at the balance of that dart, Matt. That's good timing again, wasn't it, Durrant?
78.
Well, he's borderline of doing something here. When you look at the amount of treble fives he's hit in this game, it's about 5 or 6 treble fives already. But they've all been right on that wire. When he just gets that fine adjustment and he warms into this match, I think we're going to start seeing him lighting up the trebles.
Different shape flight as well.
82.
That's a bigger flight, which Matt was talking about yesterday. That really, it looked like it was like cut down flight, like a la Phil Taylor when he was cutting his flights a little bit to get that submarine effect. That's a bit like a pear flight. The old John Laws, it's reminiscent of.
100.
A bit more surface space, gives you a bit more stability, gives you a bit more drag, just slows the dart down in the air a little bit as well.
And I think that's exactly what he needed, because he had some serious flyers yesterday.
I always say think of the flight as a parachute. This could be his first max of the day. He hasn't hit many 180s this week because, like we said, the equipment weren't really suitable for getting 3 in one of those trebles.
42.
I'll tell you what this does, Matt.
61.
This makes Tony dangerous in Group C tomorrow and Friday. That's what this does now. 88.
Game
2-1 Newell.
leg.
And like I said, he looks like a different man. Like I said, we've seen him up close and personal, and he's been down and out. And I did have my concerns for him for the rest of the week.
To throw first.
And all you need, we used it on the balcony earlier, sometimes you just need a spark, a catalyst. And it looks like the darting equipment change has been that spark, because right now, and there's a bit of a smile on his face, he looks happy, his whole demeanour. He looks better, the balance of the dart going in, and this all goes well for the rest of the week for Tony.
It's the angle of entry. I mentioned it earlier, and it's consistent. Last couple of days, we've had a dart going in, pointing to the left, one pointing up, one pointing. They're literally going in like fireworks, where today, nice, consistent angle of entry of the dart. And as the day goes on, I expect him to adjust quite well with that and become, like I say, quite dangerous. This is a day where he can try all these things. He can try these darts, and if it works for him today, he can come back tomorrow and Friday morning in Group C and think, right, let's have a go. And there's that dart again, right on the edge of the treble 5. He's so close to moving this sort of
70.
mid-80s average up towards the 90s.
I've learnt a couple of things off Willem Mandigers this week on 2-3-3. If you hit a big 21st dart, to use the 18s and the 25 to leave the 170. So even at my senior age, I'm still learning. But this is great stuff. Do you know, I'm really pleased for Tony Newell. If anyone, when I walked through at the end of yesterday, he looked like a beaten man. But it's tops for Desmond.
54. It's only required
This would really spark his campaign and really spark his week. 114 to break the throw. And for the first time this week, I actually feel like he could take this.
Where's, I was going to say that. And you're better off me saying that because Edgar's top tips this week has been absolutely fantastic.
Game shot.
He hasn't given us one yet, but it's 2-2 here. If I'd have had a prediction at the beginning of the game, I would have gone the fact that Manders comes out so quickly, and Newell has had a bit of a nightmare week, so for me there was only going to be one winner. But right now, this guy is... I genuinely want Tony Newell to do really well today.
60.
As I said, I walked through yesterday, he had his head in his hands, he looked at me as if to say, sorry, Glenn, but what do you do when you've got that little bit of experience?
60.
You dust yourself down, you analyse, you self-reflect, and he felt like a change in tungsten was the answer. And so far, so good, because they were not sitting like them last two darts the past 2 days.
You said it's been a nightmare couple of days, but what's the great thing about nightmares? Eventually, you wake up and it's all over. Is Wednesday the day Tony Newell wakes up from this nightmare?
Well, I'm thinking of that for Saturday night, commentating with you for 5 days. When will my nightmare be over?
Been a great week for you. You've won the quiz, you won the bingo.
81.
Actually, I've got a tweet here. Can you say something nice about Matthew Edgar Glenn? So I will.
83.
Your commentary team this week, between them, have 2 World Masters, 3 Finder Masters, 3 Lakeside titles,
100.
2 Pro Tour titles. One of us was the quickest player to reach top 10 in the PDC, a Premier League champion, and the Daventry Open Mixed Pairs quarter-final of the Christmas Handicaps.
24.
That's what you've got commentating for you today between us.
You missed the bingo win off.
Tops for a 3-2. Fantastic darts, Tony Newell. I am so happy for you sat here right now. Didn't expect this. I really fancied Willem Mandigers for this game. And just to say, that little smile on his face just goes to show you what the MODUS Super Series is all about. We used very early doors that it's a marathon, not a sprint. And he's had the opportunity this week just to try something. And remember, tomorrow everybody starts on 0 points. And tomorrow, Tony Newell now becomes a huge factor in that.
99.
I just cast my mind back to when you went for that 114 the leg before, and we said that for the first time we feel like it could go.
96.
And that 120 looked assured, it looked confident. And again, the angle of entry of the dart is going perfect right now for Tony. Well, it's going consistent. Consistency is what you need in that angle of entry. It shows that there's more control of the flight of the dart, there's more control in the throw.
Good assessment, my friend.
171.
That's what we were seeing from Willem Mandigers in game 1 of the past 2 days. He's been unbelievable. So does he become a real factor in Group C Thursday, Friday? Because for him, it's about how do I produce my best for the rest of the day? Because he has dipped after that game 1. So
27.
Loving the opportunity, he said. It's a fantastic setup here in Portsmouth. The MODUS Super Series is a real big part of the amateur darts pathway now. The opportunity for players to play for a fantastic $5 grand prize this week. And you can come and join us. And it's free here at the MODUS Live Lounge. Just go to Dart Shop TV.
It's only require 100.
All the details are on there. And tickets, as I said, are free. Treble 20. Or you might even go treble 18 here. But he stayed there. And for the match... And when we said we fancied the 114, this time we fancied the 112. And a assured performance from Tony Newell. He's dragged himself up. He's back smiling. He's back winning. That guy can be dangerous. And talking about dangerous, Adam Warner is up next. And he plays Luke Getty. Join us very, very soon.
Well, it was a new Newell before the break as Tony's tungsten tinkering paid off, an equipment change for the Bear, and suddenly he is out of the woods. And off the mark today, a 4-2 win against Willem Mandigers, who had won his opening match on each of the previous 2 days. But Newell, with that flight change, started to hit his stride. 120 the high checkout, had 112 to win the match as well, and an average touching 90. So really good stuff from Newell. Good signs for him for the rest of the week. It doesn't really affect the Group A table, but the next match certainly will, because Adam Warner, in third place at the moment, can go tied at the top. Let's just take a look at what's happened in meetings between him and Luke Getty so far this week. Warner taking it at 110 on Monday. And then, oh, this is actually a meeting between Getty and Willem Mandigers. Getty's victory against Mandigers. Warner, did win that match on Monday and then went on to win again when the pair met yesterday. So he's sitting third in the table on 14 points. The top two, who you saw in the first match, are both on 16. So a victory here would make it a three-way tie, with all of them having 4 matches left to play. And Adam Warner, one of the ADC qualifiers, don't forget, having to play both of those players. So very much in his hands. But Luke Getty has been in a position before this week where it's been bottom against top, and he's come out on top. Let's see if he can do that kind of thing again, or whether Warner will make it a three-way race on the same points at the top of the Group A table. I know Glenn and Matt are looking forward to a grandstand finish.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Will it be a three-peat or a three-way tie? 2 times he's beat Luke this week. The most impressive player for me is Adam Warner. He's been absolutely fantastic. Didn't know an awful lot about him on Monday morning. I've done a little bit of research where one of my responses was, I can tell you he wears chinos, but we found an awful lot more about the guy who played a lot of darts in the university system at Sheffield. I've had quite a bit of information from his friends over the past couple of days.
So first leg is Luke.
He's only really been travelling. After watching Willie Borland play Bradley Brooks, that was his inspiration to decide, you know what, I'm going to start travelling around. And he decided to use this ADC system, who now have a wonderful partnership with the MODUS Super Series. And within 12 months, here he is. And if he wins this game, he goes join top. It's been a real success story, Matt.
100.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with what I've seen here from Adam all week, and it's not really dipped too much, and if anything, he's just looked more and more confident as it's gone
90.
on. He ends the day quite strong. Certainly did yesterday. Couple of wins and 98 average as well against Chris Landman. Luke Getty hasn't had much his own way so far.
180.
I did notice yesterday I left here a little bit later than I normally do, and Luke Getty decided to stand back and spend extra time in the practice room. When I left here, normally, as soon as it's done, the players are gone. Luke Getty stayed for about an extra 45 minutes yesterday, just working on the practice board on his own in the room without
140.
the other players in there.
Very interesting. Good observation. Like I said, we've had Tony Newell, who's decided to change a dart was his thing. And Luke Getty, hopefully,
83.
spent that time working on his setup play and his doubles, because I have no doubt about his scoring power. It's just been the way he's setting up, and his doubles percentages has been the worst of the
49.
Of the 6 this week. And I say that without looking at the stats. But what do you need? A 170 would be nice for that moment. And hopefully he got inspiration from watching Tony Newell there, because I think the pair of them
32.
have been very close this week, and they can see the ups and the downfalls. But this guy is just impressing after impressing. That makes it really difficult. He decided not to move, and why should you when you can do that? This guy is super, super impressive in everything he does. And I began to doubt him yesterday, Matt, when he lost his opening game, and I thought maybe he was just on the crest of a wave day one.
Game on.
As soon as I doubted him, and like I said, he's got the opportunity, and established players like Richard Veenstra and Chris Landman, and he could be joining them, and he continues to power on.
100.
Thought you were setting me up for an opportunity there when you says what a moment when he was going for the 170, and maybe he's drawn inspiration. I thought, here it comes. Drawn
100.
inspiration from the time when I beat Gary Anderson with a 170 finish.
And if you have been listening, that's the 73rd time he's mentioned that this week.
100.
Stay tuned. 74 will be on its way.
I remember that day, actually, because I think he was playing a board or two down from me.
57.
And I beat Mensa Sulovic a round before. And you turned round, because you've gone onto your board just as I was shaking Mensa's hand, and you was leaning over. Like, did you just beat Mensa?
55.
Treble five's going a pound in today, isn't it?
135.
Just a little bit of timing issues. Like I said, I don't doubt Getty's scoring power. So if he looks at the self-reflection, if he looks at the way the week's gone this week, it's for me, his scoring has been fine, above
30.
average. It's when he gets to this point here. Just keep it simple, is what I would say, and just give yourself an opportunity to finish. And he's been sliding into the fives and ones at that point.
85.
And what he needs to do is just give yourself a chance. Now, 1-2-4 is a chance, but ideally on 209, you want to be giving yourself a 2-digit finish. And that's the area I hope he was focusing on. Whereas this guy's just relentless. He just peppers that treble 20 every time he's at the board.
140.
Just like I say, very inexperienced. So if you're out there and you're practicing in your bedroom, treble 18, and you want the opportunity to play on a bigger stage, just check out the ADC.
56.
Plenty of tournaments
And
next year. And then you may get
76.
the opportunity to come to this wonderful arena, this wonderful stage here at the MODUS Super Series.
Game show the second leg.
He's hit double eight three
Adam
times to hit
Warner.
his 2 legs that he's won so far. Last leg double eight for the 32. This one he just uses the 188, but it's the same
So it is
outcome.
Luke to throw first.
Adam Warner taking the leg, and I tell you what, Adam strikes me. If anyone believed he was going to overturn those
45.
ridiculous odds of 40 to 1, the biggest outsider of the week was Adam Warner. 40 to 1 outsider. He believed he was going to win this.
I'd like to think I know my stuff, but he was the
96.
one guy this week I didn't have an awful lot about him. But I'll certainly be leaving this week thinking, keep an eye on everything he does in
60.
2023. He just oozes class. He's got a real personality about him as well. After each win he does a little dance up to Chris Murphy in the balcony there. So imagine what he would do if we had a good crowd in here on Saturday night. So please come and join us. Tickets are free. Some fantastic players will be there Saturday night for that amazing £5 grand prize
95.
and that opportunity to get the Champions Week. Everything is free. Dartshop.tv. Might even do a little raffle. First prize is 5 minutes with Matt Edgar. Second prize is 10 minutes with him.
61.
Yeah, I didn't get my dance yesterday. I went up on the balcony. Game 15, Adam won against Tony Newell, 4-1.
125.
I went over and I'm like, where's me dance? And he goes, oh, I'm saving it for tomorrow. So I'm guessing he's got something special, but maybe crack out a bit of break dancing or something if he wins the group today.
100.
I like joining for a bit of body popping. Shabba. Once again, I've been
136.
highly impressed with this finishing. Now, see if he can prove me wrong with this 40 finish. Because you've got to take the positives from this week. These opportunities don't come that often.
140.
And there's no point just wasting the week. But this is the area. If he's listening and watching back, this has been your downfall this week, Luke.
20. Adam, you require 86.
And what happens when you have 3 darts and you miss? Your opponent who's never been in this leg has a 2-dart combination. Looks like he'll be using the bullet. Oh, when you talk about inexperience there,
Correct.
I think he knows himself. He should have just gone fat 18 there.
46.
See, I like to play the
Luke required
inside
20.
wire of that. So the inside wire of the double 18. The double 18 would have left him his favourite 32, which is what he was trying to leave all along. The single 18 leaves the ball, but he might be coming back because Luke Getty's only got
10.
1 dart left, and that is 6 missed
Adam, you
darts there
require
from Luke
40.
Getty to get his first leg on the board, and Adam Warner now is throwing for a double break opportunity. Tops for a 3-0 lead. And to really give him hope of winning this group.
No score.
I think that's also telling me he
Luke,
does
you
like he does
require
favour the
10.
double 16, double 8 area of the board. It's got a bit scrappy now, but that's a good marker for Luke.
Game shot on the
Was
third
just
leg.
begging to go in there.
Luke Getty.
But it did take him.
Full flag is Adam to throw
It
first.
did take him. He's had
Game on.
only 1 in 8 return again. And when me and Matt were looking at the stats yesterday for the checkouts for Luke, it was pretty grim reading at times. And he's been around that 10 to 20% pretty much all week. It would be an area of concern for me.
It's also worth mentioning, though, as well, that Luke Getty wasn't expecting to play in this Group A.
45.
He was booked in to play this week, but he was meant to be joining us on Thursday and Friday. But travel issues for Kai Fang Lang meant that Luke Getty got promoted to Group A as well. So, and he only really found out quite late on Sunday night. So he wouldn't have had the
125.
same level of preparation that he would have, say, if he'd have come in just for those 2 days.
85.
Yeah, Kai Fan Lung was due to play Monday, but had a fantastic run at the World Masters in Holland. And I think that meant he missed his flight. But Luke, who's a local guy,
180.
just changed to play here, but he does get the 3 days this week of practice. Like I said, he'll
92.
be back in Group C
Adam, you
tomorrow.
require
on
99.
Friday. The 99, treble 90 we'll be looking at. So treble 20. 72, we just favour the 16s route, but that was begging
43.
for another treble 20 following that. But it does leave a 2-dart combo.
And he does have a massive luxury, which is time.
100.
Going to get 6 darts at
And we
this
require
because he's raced down in
56.
12 darts to 56. So interesting to see what road he chooses. 16 for tops.
Game
Wasn't
shot on
his
the
friend
fourth
last
leg.
time, but it's now his
Adam
best friend.
Warner.
A 14 dart leg there from Adam Warner. And he is 1 leg away from really tightening up this table at the top and
Fifth leg
giving
is
Glenn
Luke to
Durham the
throw
outcome
first.
that at the start of the day you was hunting for.
On behalf of the neutral, I guess, you know, to see all
41.
players on 16 points, it's just going to make the day. And like I said, you said it in the very, very early stages of Monday when someone was 3-0 up. And you said, you know, Glenn, you said a 4-0 victory is absolutely
60.
huge because as tight as this group could be, who knows, leg difference could come into it.
Well, if you are a fan, a follower, or you've
55.
enjoyed watching Adam Warner this week and you thought, do you know what, he could do this morning you could have got odds for him to win this group of 13 to 2. Would that have tempted you if you knew about the 13 to 2?
85.
I've gone Veenstra all week, so I don't think I'd have deviated from that. But what has been great is the interaction with a lot of
79.
the uni guys. Hi, Glenn. If you want to know more info on uni dart scene, just let me know. Look out for Ryan O'Connor, who plays County in Super League. He's up there with Adam Warner, and he could be a new name for you, Glenn.
85.
So thank you, Kurt, for that. Keep the information coming. Uni darts, an area that hasn't been tapped into too much, Matt.
90.
It's an area that I do work with and I will continue to work with and I will increase my workload with because I do think there's a lot of positives there. I am aware of Ryan O'Connor. He's part of the Loxley Stable Group, which is the
171.
same as myself and Ryan Searle.
The dulcet tone of 171 from Owen Binkser.
96.
Had a lovely tie
Academy
meal with him
require
last night.
100.
The 100. I don't think he'll go tops. It's very sensible. He's got old head, young shoulders, this man.
90. Luke, you require
And
140.
the reason I say is that because Luke was so far back on the 140.
So this is match darts
30.
and match opportunity now for
Adam, you require
Adam
10.
Warner. 3 darts at the double 5.
And the most important thing here is not to split with you first. That's always the worry then. Hence the wry smile. But double two's been good to a lot of the dart players this week. And this is to go joint top of the league table.
8. Look, you require 110.
Treble 18. Just hasn't been his week.
46.
Well, for Adam,
Adam, you
double
require
one has
2.
big implications. And the idea really here is just nice and big first dart.
No
and
score.
That's the worst thing that can happen.
Look, you require 64.
Because with the nerves and tension in your body at that stage, the dart will drop. It's tops for Getty.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Luke Getty.
He holds his hands out in apology, something I don't like. If anything, I would have fist pumped at that point and really wind up your opponent.
6th leg is Adam to throw first.
They're all too nice,
Game
these
on.
guys, Matt.
Yeah, and there was a couple of match darts been and gone there for Adam. He will have expected more here because he is throwing first in this leg, but he does not want this to go to a last leg
100.
shootout where he will be having to break the throw of Luke Getty. He's done the hard work. He's already got that break of throw. Now he's just got to try and drive that advantage home. But
100.
one thing we know about Luke Getty is he's just going to keep doing his own thing, and he's going to be challenging him all the way.
His walk-on song, Luke Getty. Whoa, Luke Getty, Ramalan, whoa.
97.
You like my singing, Matt?
No, I had enough of it on Sunday night, actually.
I wouldn't embarrass myself getting on a karaoke stage, you know that.
140.
I'll leave that to Charlie. The most professional man in darts, Charlie. Had the pleasure of spending a couple of days and nights with him.
81.
The guy's an absolute legend. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tony Newell and
100.
Luke Getty. I think this morning we all sort of thought about the top 3 and what's going to happen there. But, you know, Tony Newell's been a star performer already today. And for Luke Getty, if he can get this to 3 each,
Look, you're
and it's looking
161.
a real possibility now. It could be just what he needs for the rest of the week.
Yeah, I said he's not going to roll
41.
over. He's going to try and chase him all the way to the line. And this is a great
Adam,
leg
you
from
require
Luke Getty when you consider
138.
how the week's gone. It's so easy just to roll over and accept your fate. But this would be a very impressive shot from Adam. Luke Getty on 120
86.
needs a treble.
Look, you
But
require
this is a nice shot for a
120.
dart player, just straight up that vertical line. Won't get a dart the double, so Adam, I expect he's going to try and leave that
Adam, you
favourite
require 52.
32 for the match.
Let's see how your arm is feeling, because a straight treble 20, a straight big 20 at this point is not the easiest thing in the world. But he dusts himself down. That's what I like about him. He won't be rushed. He does his thing. He does his process. That's his reset. Now he's got 2 darts at double 16 for a fully
Game shot on
justified
the
victory.
match.
A focused
Adam
and an
Warner.
impressive and magnificent in victory. He goes joint top of the table. It's all to play for here in Group A. A fantastic performance there from Adam Warner. Richard Veenstra, what can you do next? You're up against the man of the moment, Tony Newell. Join us very soon.
Welcome back. Well, this is getting very, very interesting, this race for top spot in Group A, and that's after Adam Warner's win over Luke Getty, meaning it will be a three-way tie at the top of the table. Warner, 84.69 average. Not the best checkout percentage from the pair of them, really, but Warner doing more than enough, giving himself more opportunities to win the match than Luke Getty. And it means, as I said, that there we see it. Three players tied on 16 points in this race for top spot and that first place at finals night. And Warner is going to play Chris Landman in the game after the next one, which features Richard Veenstra, beaten by Landman in his opener, his first defeat in 7, but looking to make his move back to the top of the table if he can get the better of Tony Newell, who's shown some good stuff today. A couple of three-figure finishers in his opening victory against Willem Mandigers. He took out that 117 finish against Veenstra himself yesterday, but it was a 4-0 win on Monday for the Dutchman and that 4-2 win on Tuesday. So Richard Veenstra here has the chance to make his move and get back to the top of the table, 2 points clear ahead of that meeting between his two rivals, where one of them, of course, will drop points. But a question for Glenn and Matt in commentary, really. Has Tony Newell, with that first performance and that little bit of tungsten tinkering, shown himself to be potentially a different prospect today? Over to you, boys.
Chris, we're just chatting about that exact same thing. I think he becomes really dangerous, and just looking at him, Chris, he looks so much better. And if you'd have asked me this morning, the game with Richard Veenstra, Tony Newell, I would have said 4-0 Richard Veenstra. It's not even really a problem. Tony looks a beaten man. It's just good that he's gone away. He's thought about, he's trying something different today, and so far so good. But Richard Veenstra, how will he bounce back after that defeat? Because he had a real opportunity to make a real statement of intent this morning with that first game, but he lost. So he has to now go to plan B.
Game on.
I'm actually looking forward to this game. And let's see how Tony does.
So instantly, my eye comes over to my odds sheet to see where that lies, and Tony Newell is available in places at 4-1 just to win
45.
this match. Does that represent value?
Just remember, gamble responsible. Be 18 plus, be gamble aware that, I think that's a fantastic odds in a 2-horse race. Richard Veenstra is, for me, the star performer of this week. The guy with the best CV, the best resume. He's top of the table. But there was just something I saw in that last game from Tony, and I hope he continues the trend, albeit he hasn't started great in this match. Yesterday's darts were really going in angles that I'd never seen from Tony before, and me and Matt just said there, I wonder if someone passed him a message to say what our thoughts were, the way the angles were going on. But it's interesting that he has changed, and I will get the opportunity to speak to the lads tonight to see how they feel the first 3 days went. And I'll be asking and posing that question to him, but I didn't want to disturb him until the league was over. So 8 for Veenstra. This is for a 14 darter.
Game shot on the first.
He does throw a beautiful die. Doesn't often show a great deal of emotion. He's played at the Grand Slam. He's played at Lakeside, World Masters. He's represented Holland in the World Cup and Europe Cup. I just feel there's the PDC in him. He's got the talent. And these are the kind of platforms that you need. And if he became the MODUS Super Series champion, that'll be something that'd be right at the top of his achievements.
100.
The other thing when we talk about Tony Newell and we're looking at his equipment is when he's thrown with that very small flight, it will cause him to have to be a bit lobby he won't be able to put as much
41.
oomph into the dart. I don't know if oomph is the right description word, but we'll go with it. And with these darts, he's going to be able to throw with more purpose, more aggression in the throw, while still being able to keep a level of control.
Sorry, Matt, I just love, this is a camera angle that we had, certainly last time I was here, and you can see from the eye of the player of what they're saying. So from there, you could argue how difficult it is then to get the treble 20 in, but because he likes to overstack, he can follow that one in. But for someone like the way my darts would go now, when I would be using the treble 19, it's a great angle of what the actual players actually see. So treble 20, exactly the same sort of process as last time. He's just keeping things very, very simple. And after 12 darts, Matt, he's on a 2-dart combination.
Yeah, he's certainly
59.
kicked into action. He's bouncing straight back in regards to
double 12.
that defeat he had
50
against Chris Landman. And Tony Newell a long way back here. So can only really set it up again. Finds that treble 5. And again, he's finding that more often than not
90.
at the moment. And
Richard,
you sort of feel like just that minor adjustment, and he's really going to start making a move. But he's going to have to make that move very quickly, because that is a breaker throw from Richard Veenstra. And if he carries on with the scoring power that he's doing here,
it's Richard
Veenstra, 4 scores of 140 or more in just the opening 2 legs. And mix that in the mixing bowl with the 3 100s, make that 5 140s. It's going to be some tasty cake he's mixing up.
Bounce back ability. That's what Richard was doing.
43.
When he walked in this morning, I'm not really sure what his thoughts will have been of playing Chris Landman. He probably might have even expected that game to be the last game of the day. It didn't go his way. But what he's shown here is a little bit of tenacity, a little bit of, it's okay, I've got a plan B. And albeit that Tony played superbly well in the first game,
100.
I'm just going to do my thing. And once again, after only 6 darts, he's down to 2-2-1.
Well, plan B just seems to be pommel 140s. He's had 6 so far in this match.
And that's the point I was trying to get across as early as Monday. That's what Richard has got in his game.
95.
When I've watched him at Q School qualifying or other areas when he's beginning to average in the 70s, it surprises me because this is what I see with the guy.
60.
That's unlucky. Tony's a long way back.
Do you think maybe with Richard that when it comes to qualifying school events like that maybe just wants it a bit too much? Because
80.
we've seen that a few times with players that have had success elsewhere, and then when it comes to getting onto the tour, they've really struggled. Then when they get there, they start accelerating again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll ask him the question, but for me, he doesn't have that type of personality to think that's unlucky on the 164.
79.
Richard double 10. He's a very laid-back character. He doesn't give an awful lot away.
Game on the 3rd leg.
Even when he was averaging circa 115 average at Lakeside last year, he just continued doing what he was doing. He doesn't give much away.
It's Tony to throw
when you talk about the nice guys of darts, the people who might be watching him for the first time, Richard Veenstra is one of the nicest players I've ever met in darts.
140.
I'm trying to think of a good example, and my mind goes to Jamie Hughes. I think it took him 3 years to get through Q School, and then within 18 months was in the top 32.
Yeah, I was there. I mean, it was the year I qualified for Q School. Jamie got through day 1 and was averaging, him and McGeaney, I think, averaged 99 for 100, and they're on the way home after day 1. He's doing really well, Jamie. I heard Paul Nicholson compliment Jamie Hughes' throw, which is one of the best throws when you another guy you stand behind. But he had real problems with his elbow, which he seems to have got over now.
95.
And could be a danger for anyone at the Worlds this week. I will be joining Matt on his YouTube channel on Thursday to preview the World Championship. So please follow MSS Darts.
96.
Give it a follow, and we'll be giving a set of dozen darts away live on the Edgar TV show. Don't know how much he's paying me yet. We haven't negotiated.
140.
2 cans of Coke.
2 cans of Coke, deal. And a wind machine. So he'd probably be looking, he might even go big 15 here.
26. Tony requires 68.
So Newell to get on the board. So he's gone the old treble 12, double 16 route. Tops.
Game show on the 4 flag.
Well done, Tony. 15
Newell.
data. It probably seems a long way away, that winning post right now, but all you can do is, an old adage, one leg at a time.
5th leg is Richard to throw first.
To make it doubly difficult, he's going to have to break Richard Veenstra twice. And that's a tough proposition for anybody.
85.
Especially when we look at the very recent form. That dart tops was Tony Newell's first dart at a double in this match. He has converted it though, which
45.
is the positive, but I think the negative at the moment is just the tendency to hit that 5. Again, in the 5, Tony Newell.
60.
But Richard Veenstra, despite coming flying out the traps, pounding in those 140s, just starting to wilt a little bit. Probably aware of the situation with
87.
Adam and Chris, who is actually on very next game. So the very top of this table could start to be taking shape
140.
in the next sort of 15 minutes.
Yeah, and all Veenstra can do at this stage is just do your job, keep it simple, get the 2
60.
points, and that's certainly my assessment of this match. Is just averaging around the 90 mark, and right now it just feels like a job well done.
100.
A professional job. He's finding a treble a throw. He's doing what he needs to do. He's checking out at 33.33%, which is exactly what we say is
142.
the required number.
Richard
just a professional, polished performance.
16, and for the match,
Game
a
shot.
beautifully
of the
executed finish
Richard
once again.
Veenstra.
Richard Veenstra will be very satisfied with those 2 points. And we'll just say to Adam Warren and Chris Landman, over to you. I've done my job. I'm moving on. Let's see who may the best man win. Do not miss the next game. Adam Warren v Chris Landman. Top of the table clash. Who can join Richard Veenstra on 18 points?
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And this Saturday we'll see the last finals night before Christmas. So if you are able to get to Portsmouth, we start at 10 p.m. Tickets available absolutely free via dartshop.tv. And we're still no closer to knowing who will be there from this group, because it is getting very, very tight at the top. Richard Veenstra, though, has made his move, asked questions of Landman and Warner, who will play next, with a 4-1 win over Tony Newell. A fine display as well, an average of 93, 7 140s, giving him opportunities there and restricting Tony Newell to just one dart at double in that entire match. To his credit, he hit it, but it is Veenstra who hits the front in the Group A table. He is now a couple of points clear of the chasing Chris Landman and Adam Warner, but that will change because the pair are about to play each other in the next match. They have one win apiece against each other this week, and they have one win apiece this morning. Here's what they've done so far. In fact, the meetings between each other this week, the wins for them this morning came for Landman against Veenstra and for Warner against Luke Getty. So the matches between the top three may well prove to be decisive at the end of the day. And they're all coming pretty early in the day, actually. Landman, of course, has already won one of them, has a chance to double up here, but Warner looking to carry on his good run and repeat that result yesterday against his opponent. So let's see which way this one goes. Another top of the table tussle will be described by Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Looking forward to this one. Chris Landman done his job against Richard Veenstra this morning. So he's got really two top-notch opponents as his first two games of the day. He's probably thinking, if I can get through Adam now, I could go the full day unbeaten. That's the type of mentality I think Chris would be having. Whereas for Adam, it's probably the guy we least spoke about. Top winning the group, but he puts himself in a fantastic position if he can get and beat Landman, which he's done already this week. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, he has been the impressive or the unexpected package of the week, and
Okay,
this
first leg,
one's
it's
got
Adam
all
to
the
throw
ingredients,
first.
and I think
Game
just
on.
that advantage of throw here for Adam could really come into play here.
Are we talking top tip category here?
No, I've not got.
140.
I've not seen anything yet that I'll be able to get into Edgar's top tips. But hopefully, as the
41.
day maps on and we see a bit of value appear in places, we might be able to point you in the direction of something.
I've sort of ran out of superlatives for this guy this week. My vocabulary only goes so far.
66.
But super impressive. If you can get through this game, Matt, we are now, I know it's a crazy
100.
statement, we are looking at a very, very serious charge on winning this Group A. Something I didn't think I'd be saying on Monday morning. It's a tough ask against Landman, especially he'd be feeling really good
100.
about himself after beating his good friend Richard Veenstra. But a lot of these table-topping clashes so early doors.
100.
I use the word spoiler for the rest of the week, where Luke Getty, Willem Mandigers, Tony Newell all then come into it, where they can really put a real dampener on someone's opportunity to win the group this week. So all to play for.
171.
Can you do that? 171 like that?
140. Adam, you require 24.
He likes this area of the board, this 24. He's hit a couple of times this week, especially on the 72 finishes. He uses this, so I expected to go in,
first leg.
and he delivers.
Adam Warner.
The impressive Adam Warner continues to impress.
Second leg is Chris to throw first.
Yeah, that was a 14 darter
60.
from Adam. If he can land one of those here against the throw, he's going to become strong favourite here. And say Chris Landman beat Veenstra, then Veenstra comes out and wins, and Adam beats
97.
Luke Getty. It's all getting very interesting at the very top. And it almost feels at the moment like it's becoming in
140.
Adam's hands, where if Adam can get this win and his next game is against Richard Veenstra, you sort of feel that he could go on to win this group.
100.
In fact, he'd be the strong favourite to go on to win this group if he was to win this game and to beat Veenstra.
134.
Yeah, but just when you begin to write the conclusion of the group, there's always another twist. That's one thing about the MODUS Super Series. They usually go down to the penultimate game. Last time I was here, we went down to the last
85.
game, and
Richard
Mike Warburton,
167.
I think it was on legs count back. That's why every leg is so important, because, like I said, as you
135.
mentioned it as early as Monday, Matt, it could even come to leg difference because we felt it was going to be a tight group. Did we think it was a tight group with Adam Warner in it? Maybe not.
99.
He's proven
Chris
everyone
required
wrong.
32.
I'm his latest fan. He prefers the tops area
No
of the board, does
score.
Landman. And that
Adam,
gives Adam Warner a chance.
120.
And to be go from a good player to a great player, these are the type of finishes you've got to get. When someone misses a 32 and you get the one opportunity, and what a dart that is. That's a good thing in double 10.
Game shot
a
in the
dart.
second leg.
What a finish.
Adam Warner.
When you go from good to great, they're the types of finish, and he puts that away with aplomb.
So it's taken him just
Third leg is
29
Adam to throw
darts
first.
to win these
Game
two
on.
legs. 120 finish there was for the 15. He had a 14 in the opener. And he doesn't show any signs of slowing down in this one. That's the breaker throw that I
60.
said makes him big favourite in terms of winning this match. And you sort of feel that this will sort of benefit Veenstra, because that
83.
Richard Veenstra Adam Warner game will become just as important as this one. The day is mapping out quite nice for the neutral.
He's a special talent. Only 25-year-old. He puts a lot of his success down to not only the uni
100.
background, but he wears that patch with pride, the double 16. Competition ran by Steve Buck. I
100.
do follow Carl Wilkinson, Peter Jakes, Doggy Dawson. All them guys who love to do that circuit. And Adam Warner's a big fan. He said, I'm wearing this patch with pride. I'm sure Steve will be watching.
140.
And it'll be probably no surprise to him how well he's doing, but for this commentary team, it's the first time
60.
we've seen him up close and personal. Very, very impressive stuff.
I think the best way to describe him, and it's an ultimate compliment, is he's a winner.
Old head, young shoulders, I've
44.
used the term about him. And, you know, just some of his finishes he goes for, you're thinking, he hasn't been playing the game that long. He knows his way around the
60.
board, and I think that's really important.
Adam record 157.
And when I say that, takes me nicely to one of the best players who will be playing at the MODUS Super Series this week, Leonard Gates, who can score for absolute fun. But when he gets around this area, his score, his maths and his finishing
60.
is well below par. And I was quite critical of him at the Lakeside when I commentated on him. So I hope he doesn't remember that or
81.
heard about it, because
Adam
he's got
record
bigger muscles than I
97.
have. Well, at least I've got Matt Edgar, the wrestler, in my corner.
Who said I was in your corner? I'm off.
Tops for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot in the third leg.
It's impressive
Adam
stuff, this, isn't it?
Warner.
I think we sat behind and thought Landman, after that big win over Veenstra, would be a big favourite in this game, but
Fourth leg, it's
he
Chris
just
to throw
continues to
first.
impress. This is
Game
a
on.
first-class performance.
And when you say about legs,
60.
this is the sort of game where legs count double. because every leg that Adam is putting on his column, he is also taking legs off of Landman. So if he is to wrap this up in this leg and win 4-0, this will be an 8-leg swing and 2 points in the corner of Adam Warner.
140.
Chris Landman is in trouble.
We're on Twitter. MSS Darts does a 180.
43.
Please give us some questions, your thoughts. I can give my opinions on here. It's been great to hear Adam's friends sending me messages,
100.
my thoughts, correcting me. What's your thoughts been of the week? What's your thoughts of the groups coming up over the next couple of days? We're happy to discuss anything. We'll even give you Edgar's top tips for Ali Pally.
41.
Edgar's top tips normally come in quite nicely. And I've just gone over to have a look at
60.
how the table looks. And Chris Landman came into this on plus 18. Adam came into this on plus 9, so a 9-leg difference. It doesn't look like he's going to get this 4-0.
140.
But if he was to get this 4-1,
141.
that would move Adam up to 12, Chris down to
89.
15. All of a sudden, they are within touching distance of each other. Because without this sort of big, heavy scoreline, Adam would have to win 2 games 4-0, and he would still
60.
be a leg behind Chris.
Requiring
So a
52.
big scoreline here could be huge.
Games on the 4 flag. Chris Landman.
Well, Landman stops that sort of 4-0 from happening, but he's still back against the wall here, and Adam's got the
Adam
throw.
to throw first.
This is more
Game
than just
on.
points now. This is about establishing a position in the table.
Just looking at him squeezing his arm there, but I don't think it was his
55.
dart. No, it wasn't his dart arm. But now you need that killer instinct now. It's great
60.
to have all these superlatives about Adam. But now it's when you're 3, when all of a sudden the expectation is there. That's really, timing's so important. Nice throw, little body movement as he's going with the dart there. Nice straight head. Beautiful follow through, which he
55.
accentuated on the last dart there. That's usually a sign of a confident player as well. Whereas Chris Landman, you don't even get time to assess that throw. He's that quick, that fluent. Now it's a time. What are you made of, Adam? Were you thinking of the winning line too early? He just holds that little finger up the second one, which is, that's his directional fingers are
44.
working as hard as possible there. But right now, I think that's reminiscent to me there is Ryan
100.
Joyce. He sticks that first finger right in the air, but he really has a high elbow, does Ryan Joyce. Yeah. Nice. Smooth. Steady. Efficient.
100. Chris, you're
Effective.
161.
You mentioned, was he thinking of the finishing line? Or was he thinking the same way
85.
I was, where it went beyond points and we start looking at that legs column, because Chris is miles ahead in that, and he really needs to try and eat into that leg difference at some point, because if it carries on in this vein, he's not going to be able to overtake him if they go level on points.
Yeah, he's just showing a little sign of distress there. What I would say to him is don't show anything, because one of your strengths.
77. Chris requires 76.
He keeps holding his non-throwing arm, does Chris? It is a long week for the lads. He could maybe
56.
thinking I'd like 2 days off, get myself prepared for Saturday night.
Adam, you require
Let's have a little look at
170.
when he stands behind there. But what a way to finish. Imagine doing this against someone like, who knows, Gary Anderson.
I don't know if that's ever happened, to be fair, because a 170 finish for the match is quite a rarity and a big shot, but
130.
that
Chris
is a
requires
pressure
20.
shot. Chris Landman is under it here. 2 5s, 1 dart left.
Game shot on the 5th
big,
leg.
big dart
Chris
there from Chris
Landman.
Landman. Again, my eye just started casting over to that legs column, but all of a sudden now he's throwing to make this 3-3.
Seems like it's Chris
we
to throw
start
first.
Forgetting
Game
about
on.
the legs column, this is turning about the points now, because Chris Landman is getting himself back in this game. I think we might have wrote him off a
140.
little bit too early.
Adam's not doing an awful lot wrong. It's just people like Landman, Veenstra, they have gears. And all of a sudden he's
100.
put the afterburners on because that double 5 was a huge doubt. We both looked at each other there and we thought that 130 set up by
100.
Adam Warner was the turning point. But just shows you the class of Landman. Landman's full of confidence right now. He's here to win it this week, he said. Whereas for Adam, he's just digging deep right now.
47.
And just showing them signs of distress, which will just make Chris Landman lick his lips.
100.
Fear for Adam here. We have seen many times a 3-0 lead get turned around. And let's say the distress signals are going. He is standing over the panic button and his hand is hovering.
61.
But this, we just find out a little bit more about him. You know, you assess people who are just winning
65.
games after game, superlative after superlative, from wonderful to superb to exceptional to formidable. But you find out a little bit more of a guy when you're 3-0 up and it goes to 3-3. The good positive thing is he still has the darts in the last leg.
96.
I mean, this one's not over yet.
96.
But Lammers is a massive favourite here. He'll stay there. And all he'll do is set it up.
56.
But Adam has given
Adam,
himself
you
an
require
outside chance.
158.
Albeit a 158, which is not the greatest of finishes. But it's on the board.
And it's on. This would be a way to wrap it up.
And that will do nicely.
Adam Warner.
Yeah, just as we started to say about Adam Warner pressing the distress signal, pressing the panic button, there is no panic button there for Adam. 158 finish for the match. That is 2 points. That joins him on top with Richard Veenstra, and a couple of legs advantage there from that one. +2 for him, -2 for Chris Landman. Adam Warner is well and truly in the mix. Coming up next, we've got Willem Mandigers and Luke Getty.
Welcome back. A third of the way through the final day of action in Group A, and it's time for Glen Durrant to decipher what's been going on. We'll start with that last match and that last leg because it was a fantastic finish from Adam Warner to win it. Yeah,
I've got a list of superlatives which I tried to use over a couple of days, and I've used them all on the same player, and that 158 was delicious, wasn't it? It was... We've talked so much about how well Adam's playing, and he'll remember that, and the way he celebrated was great. He's got a little bit of a character about him as well. Well, let's look at the league table, because it has been a day where those top three have kept kind of answering questions. Straight away, Landman beat Veenstra in response to being beaten yesterday. Then Veenstra put in a great performance against Tony Newell. And then Adam Warner, well, he's won his first two matches, including what could prove to be a crucial win over Landman, who could get cut adrift, of course, because Veenstra and Warner are going to play in the game after the next one. And that means that he'll be 4 points behind. And just as important now is the three guys in 4th, 5th and 6th, because they can become real spoilers. And I had real high expectations for Tony Newell, the way he played in his first game. Luke Getty's not a million miles away. I'd like to get a grips of him and have a chat with him after this competition's over. So there's still plenty to play for, and I just think it could be spoilers might make the difference. Is that something that players revel in, being able to spoil someone else's party? I hope so, because there's still 2 days for them players to go. Like I said, they need that spark, they need something, they need a positive going into tomorrow. So I hope that's the way they're thinking. Well, the next match is Willem Mandigers against Luke Getty, 2 players who could be spoilers. Mandigers beat Luke Getty when they met on Monday. Getty got his revenge yesterday. Look, we didn't see that same explosive start from Willem. And what of Luke Getty? It's one win a day so far for him. Yeah, it's inconsistency for Mandigers. You just don't know what you're going to get from him. And with Luke, like I said, he's not a million miles away from getting it right. So it's a really, really tough one to call here. Yeah, the match after this, as I said, is a clash between the top 2. So this kind of an enticing appetizer before that main course between Warner and Veenstra. Mandigers and Getty on course for Group C, looking to give each other food for thought. So let's tuck in, shall we?
Plenty of food comments there from Chris Murphy. We've already heard from Glen Durrant. He loves eating. Big fan of the food and drink. That was his topic on the quiz. But Willem Mandigers, for me, is a player who catches the eye. A player who catches the eye when we look forward and ahead into Group C, which is where he will be playing his darts this next week, or the next couple of days on Thursday and Friday. He'll be joined by a couple of new players coming into the mix. They will be Alex Small, Jeffrey Beckham, and Leonard Gates. Leonard Gates coming here in preparation for his World Championship campaign.
Okay, first leg, it's Willem to throw first.
Pally gets started.
Game on.
Tomorrow, Thursday night. I think Willem Mandigers could be one of the runners for that group. He will be joined by
60.
Luke Getty, who is playing now, and Tony Newell, who that equipment change earlier on, and
58.
getting a better angle on the dart. Group B, that will start tomorrow evening, 10 o'clock. And also on Friday, that'll be 5 players. That'll be the 2 players that do not win this 3-way shootout. Chris Landman, Adam Warner and Richard Veenstra. Whoever does not qualify direct, they'll be joined by Kaifang Lang, Nick Kenny and Rob Collins. 3 players from those 5 will make it through to Saturday, where the one player who's missing from that list of 3 will be going direct through to Saturday night's final.
46.
Where we will open the doors and let in the crowd. So if you're not doing anything Saturday night, come down. The last chance of 2022 to be here at the Live Lounge. Tickets available on dartshop.tv.
26.
Unfortunately, Glen Durrant will be here. But I'll be here myself, pop out and have a bit of a chat, and we'll see who is the last winner of 2022.
Very difficult one to predict here.
100. William, you record?
Both started very slowly. I was hoping that both would just relax. and give us their A performance, because we've seen a couple of A performances of Mandigers,
40.
but we've seen a lot of D pluses as well for Getty. He needs something right now, and I just felt that this game was bigger for him
60. Willem, you require
than it was for Mandigers, because
76.
he needs something to happen. He needs to happen very soon. Otherwise, the 5 days can be a long, long haul.
I think
Game
they're
show
both
the first
playing
leg.
with disappointment
Willem
at the moment,
Mandigers.
and I think when tomorrow comes round, that disappointment goes. We've seen so many times. The one that I got to go to, the most recent example,
Second leg is
Graham
Luke to throw
Usher.
first.
bottom of the table. I believe it was 6 points he got over the 3 days. He won the week. He didn't stop
77.
believing. Everyone else did. The bookies moved him out to 18-1 to win the week. They gave up, but he didn't. And I think, I'm not saying I think Willem Mandigers is a
139.
player that's going to go on to win the week, but I think he's a player that could have a similar journey in the fact that he doesn't have much success in Group A. Then he finds his success in Group C
98.
Thursday, Friday, comes into Saturday, and that's when we see the best of him. And the question will be, is the best of him enough to win the week?
We did say very early
39.
that he could play himself into form if he's not match sharp. There's not an awful lot of stress to the body on his throw. You know, it's all forearm and wrist and fingers, so it's not an awful lot. He's not going to be like
81.
5 days is too much for him. He's still a young man. And like I said, this could be really beneficial for him, because he said he was desperate for some match practice, and
59.
freely admits his best time was 2017 to 2019, and COVID period wasn't great for him because he just didn't practice. So
140.
this could just be a real opportunity for him to get back on the horse.
44. Look, you record
The other thing it
105.
could do is, like I say, the financial gains and the benefits of that will allow him to map out his journey and his tour. Luke
73.
Getty misses a double 16 for the 105 out, but you know yourself, when we play these tours, especially when you're looking at
100.
trying to
Look,
get
you
to places
require
like Lakeside, there's a
32.
lot of travelling, and with travelling comes expense.
16.
And there lieth the
Willem, you
problem for
require
Luke. Nothing seems to
120.
change. That outer ring has been his nemesis this week. But Mandigers hasn't punished that.
44. Luke, you require 16.
I'll give it a does a top tip that this goes in. Is he just trying too hard? My tips are rubbish, by the way, so I do apologise, Luke.
Game show on the second
As
leg.
that sinks in there, but you
Luke
can just
Getty.
see the frustration on every double. He's just got no confidence every time he throw at that outer ring, and he just needs a victory here, because
Feel like it's Willem
Willem
to throw
is
first.
far from his best, and this is the kind of game that Luke can win.
134.
He has managed to pick up a victory on both days so far, which will be the
140.
positive that he can take away from those.
Come and join us on Twitter. We're here. Let's have a bit of interaction. First thing I thought of when I heard I was commentating with Matt Edgar was, let's get some. We have got the MODUS Super Series up to 8,500 followers now, so that was one tick that we had. So we've got one here from Andy Parry. How many hours practice would you say is enough to get your game to a reasonable standard week in, week out, Matt?
121.
If we're talking reasonable,
Reasonable is the word he's used.
okay, I'd say an hour for reasonable. If we're talking elite levels, I'd say up to 2.5 hours a day maximum.
60. Willem, you record 146.
But I don't think it's so much a time thing. I want to make this a point as well. It's not so much about time. It's about what you do and
99.
making that as purposeful as possible. The best example I can give is if me and Glenn now went out and we did a 5-mile journey. And I ran the 5
60.
miles.
Willem, you
And it took
require
me 35
47.
minutes. And Glenn came back to the house 6 hours later and said, I've done more than you because I've been more
7.
physically active.
Luke, you require
Well,
150.
who had the more benefit? Me who did it in 35 minutes or Glenn that did it in 6 hours? 'Cause
And it
Glenn-
would take me 6 hours as well. Thank you to Max.
84.
Heavy snow
When you
here in
require
Whitby.
40.
So I'm watching from home, enjoying the dart. You and Matt did a
Games
great
on the
duo.
third leg.
As Willem Mandigers sinks that third leg. This is just about getting from A to B, this game, for these two guys. This is about giving them something ready for Thursday and Friday. Expected in this game a little bit more from Luke Getty.
180.
That's what it's all about. Getting that dulcet tone of Owen Binks.
41.
Now follow it up, Luke. Keep it simple. Straight down the tunnel.
Wouldn't
Wouldn't it have been ironic that the 9 came from the guy who's had a difficult week? And they are listening to what we said, Matt. Tony just said, I said, the reason for the change in darts? He said he hasn't changed his darts. He's only changed the flight because with the flights he was using, there's not an awful lot of push that he has to do. With the pair flight, he's having to force the dart and use his arm, which I said Matt picked up. But as he walked out, he said, I have been listening to everything you've been saying. So I quickly ran out.
Luckily, we've got a lock on the commentary box. So we're safe when we're in here.
46 left.
I'm not so sure the counting has been great here from Luke.
49.
It would have been for an 11 darter there. Well, he set it up after 12. I think he had a bit of a moment of madness there, and he's got there to 32.
Luke, you require 32.
So he's done the hard work, but this has been his problem. And he's moving along the hockey once again.
Game show on the fourth leg.
Much better dart from Luke Getty. It's 2-2. And it's all to play for in this one.
Fifth leg, it's Willem to throw first.
Just looking at Twitter, actually, Neil Fitzpatrick was saying about that flight design of Tony Newell, saying he actually really liked it, and it sort of takes him back to John Lowe in the 80s.
It was reminiscent, if not the same one. I didn't dare ask him after he said it. I've been listening to everything you, as he stared down at me.
58.
I think our job is to give constructive criticism. You can't give plaudits to everybody and give our thoughts, what we see.
85.
Like I said, I've had a few messages from Adam's friends. I've corrected me on a few things, so keep them coming.
83.
I'm happy to discuss anything.
How about the upcoming World Championship that starts tomorrow then? Who do you think is going to be lifting the title in 2023?
60.
Well, I was going to save that for your show on Thursday. But if you're asking me, I think Getty Price, it's his moment again to dominate the world.
98.
Probably goes, I know they're all beat their only practice games as exhibitions, but that's what he chooses. When I was playing in the Worlds, I locked myself away and done my own thing. A little bit like
30.
Dimitri Vandenberg. He doesn't like to do exhibitions. He just likes to then go through his routine. He's done that a few times this week.
20.
A couple of times they've fallen out there. So yeah, Getty Price for me. I remember playing Getty Price about
45.
5 years ago in a cowshed in South Wales. I'd heard these rumours about his reputation, that this rugby player was beginning to play.
46.
I waited all night. It was about 11:15. I went on the hockey, played him, I beat him. I came off and I said, well, what's that all about? You know, he's not going to go far in the game.
30.
How wrong I was.
138.
One of the best players I've ever seen, and standing behind him. And I love everything about Gezzy. Love everything off and behind stage, and what the histrionics and the crowd involvement on it, because it's what gets his adrenaline flowing. He knows what he needs sometimes. I think he's a wonderful sportsman, actually.
134.
Well,
when you require 40.
For a 3-2 lead.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Made that look
Willem
nice and easy.
Mandigers.
He's been all right on the outer ring, 50%, 3 from 6. for Willem Mandigers, including a 76 finish. It's the
Seems like
average
it's
is
Luke to throw
down because
first.
of the amount of treble-less visits. It's not down because he's not hitting the ton scores. He's had 8 scores of over 100, 2 of them over
76.
140. It's completely down to treble-less visits and wayward darts.
Just look at Getty's checkout percentage. You know, when you're looking at a conclusion analysis of the week,
140.
my focus would be just purely on that stat. I would just, there you go, Luke. You can score for fun. Now get on the practice board
140.
and work on some finishes, because we talk a lot about the psychological side of the game, but if you're putting in the 2 hours that Matt's
81.
recommending top class players to be, you know, putting in on a daily basis, if you can go to a tournament knowing that you're hitting your doubles before you arrive there, and it was an area of, you know, an area of practice that I really enjoy. The repetition of finishing on 41 to 81, repetition day in, day out. So when you get to a moment like the MODUS Super Series, you feel confident on any finish you're getting, and that's been his downfall this week.
Yep, you use the term
68.
practice on his finishing.
Willem
I'd like to use the term
140.
mastery, board mastery. The game's quite simple. It's a horizontal and a vertical line, giving you a crosshair from the 20 to the 3 and the 11 to the 6.
75.
And then also doing is applying different amounts of pressure to reach different parts. If you can reach the widest parts, you should be able to reach everything in between. So, bit of mastery and board mastery training in
99.
there.
Willem requires 65.
For the match, probably be looking at the bullseye. For double 18 for the match.
Game shot
And
on
Willem
the
Mandigers will be
match.
very satisfied with
Willem
those 2
Mandigers.
points. I guess it's a job well done for him. He needs a start, and that starts there against Luke Getty. For Luke Getty, once again, it's all about that checkout percentage. 2 out of 9. That's been his downfall. We move on. Richard Veenstra against Adam Warner up next. Please don't miss that one, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Welcome back. Well, it was a win for Willem before the break. Mandigers, Seagoff, Luke, Getty 4-2, an average of just over 80 for Willem Mandigers in that one, and the first win of the day for him as Getty, bottom of the table, facing back-to-back defeats. It's now, though, attention at the top of the table, and we'll have a look at that now because the race really is on. Chris Landman still in it on 16 points, but he's going to find it difficult now because the next game is a meeting between those top two, Richard Veenstra and Adam Warner. So one of them will pull 4 clear of Landman and, of course, 2 points clear of their opponent. A really important match this, and the pair have both enjoyed success today so far. Veenstra with an early defeat to Landman, but then bouncing back with a very convincing performance against Tony Newell. That finish for a 93 average, 116 out. Adam Warner, those been checking out sublimely. Fabulous 120 there, including a couple of doubles, and then to win the match against Landman and put himself in a better position than Monday's league leader, this fabulous 158 outshot to get the job done. And whoever wins this match will be in pole position to go on and win the group at the end of the day. Warner's first real statement performance came against Veenstra when he won 4-0 on Monday. Veenstra got his revenge 4-1 yesterday, so the end of the trilogy happens here. Which way it goes could well determine the destiny of who goes to finals night from this group. Let's find out which one it is in the company of Duzza and primetime Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Really, really excited for this one. And a few messages again off the friends, family of Adam Warner. One of them I'm really enjoying. Let's see if his nickname comes up on here. No. I'll have to make sure I get it right first, because let's have a little look at this. The nickname, what do you think his nickname is?
Oh, this is going to be a tricky one from what we've seen of him so far.
Do you remember the fact I mentioned? I asked a friend some information. He said, Glenn, he wears chinos, which I wrote back, well, thanks for the detailed response there. Well, he's known as the Creamy Dream due to his cream chinos. And I had to say that really slowly there.
Feels like it's Richard to throw first.
So it's the Creamy
Game
Dream
on.
against the Dreamboat Flyer.
Big game in terms of the table. So we know
60.
that both players are joint top, positions 1 and 2. That is separated at the moment on the legs difference column. 7 is the legs difference, 18 to Veenstra, 11 to Adam. But
60.
Chris Landman is back on 16 points. So one of these players is going to move 4 points clear of Chris Landman after this fixture. Chris Landman will have a game in hand.
100.
But when we look at the legs column, you almost feel that Chris Landman's going to want, first of all, a tight game, but probably a tight win in favour of Adam Warner, because Adam is on 11,
58.
where Chris is on plus 16.
Yes, it's time to get our fingers and toes out when it gets to this stage.
59.
But for the Creamy Dream, being against the darts in this match, will that be a factor?
85.
I wonder why he didn't let us know of the nickname beforehand. Maybe it's one of those that he didn't really give
81.
himself and he's not too happy with.
Where's the cream chinos is what I'm saying. With them decadent brown shoes.
$45.
Obviously, we can't get fashion advice off a Glenn Durrant, who looks like he's about to join the army today with that shirt on.
85.
Always looks smart. At least I'm not wearing a Christmas jumper that lights up. Got some nice shirts for the rest of the week. A nice one for Saturday night.
Oh, I've got a cracker for Saturday
55.
night.
Richard, you've got 116.
My Christmas Day shirt is coming out for a second appearance.
This is a bit of a slow burner. Is this a surprise to you? How do you think both of them, the weight
60.
of expectation of this game is on the mind, because both are well down on their averages so far. I know it's early doors, but that will help. This is much better.
136.
Yes, the latter for
Richard
me.
McGuire, 56.
For me, we've been playing darts for 2.5 days now, and it's all coming down to a game
16.
like this. And
Adam
it means a
Iroquois,
lot.
62.
And Adam's actually got a chance here, despite the fact it's not been great, to break the throw of Veenstra. But there's one thing Adam will not care about is the amount of darts it takes to do it as long as he does it. He's got 2 darts at double
Game
16.
show
He
the
loves
first
it
leg.
over at
Adam
double 16.
Warner.
And he continues that love of double 16 as he goes a 1-0 up with a breaker throw. And he's been
Second leg
very
is Adam
impressive
to
on the
throw
outer ring, hasn't he? He's been
first.
very clinical.
Game on.
I mean, the moment was that 158. And that shout that he did was reminiscent of Aaron Monk when he won a leg here. I could actually hear him from the comms box. So it means to him, but
100.
everything he's doing right.
You mentioned that shout. Do you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of...
When Darius Labanauskas smashed you with legs
100.
at Ali Pali?
No, because he
No.
did that twice, so it ran off. It reminded me of... I think it was the Isle of Man a few years ago. Someone was playing Chris Landman, and he thought he'd won the match, and it was nowhere near.
100.
And he turned around and goes, "Get in!"
It was not. It certainly wasn't win the match. It was to win the tournament. The prestigious Isle of Man.
99.
Previous winners, including Phil Taylor. One I dreamt of winning. All I would say is my defence. It was the darkest stage. Charlie, who's in the production team today, he's in my ear right now. He reffed that game, and he might even back me up
100.
to say how dark it was, and it was just a sign that how much I wanted it. But yeah, it's on YouTube. I've had some decent wins in my life,
92.
but I think my biggest YouTube video is called "Suicidal Dart Player and Isle of Man Loss." Nothing ought to do with me darts. He's a genuine talent, is Adam Warner.
60.
And I'm loving the interaction with his mates. So keep them coming. I've even had the president. Let me have a read of this. Not the president of
60.
the United States. Sorry about the delay.
Adam
there.
Iroquois, 141.
I've had the president of the University of Sheffield's Dart Society. And they're enjoying that. We're showcasing the talents of Adam Warner. Well, it's not me and Matt Warner was showcasing the talents. He's doing that very,
95.
very well
Richard
himself.
Iroquois, 150.
He's been highly, highly impressive. And just when you think
140.
Veenstra is out of it, that would have hurt.
Adam
So,
Iroquois,
in the previous leg,
46.
Veenstra wired tops for a 1-0 lead. In the second leg, he wired double 18 for parity. Adam Warner just does his thing. There's the fat 14. The smile is because it's so close to the double there. He's doing the right thing. He's taking the stress out of his body. A little laugh about it. And see the close of the eyes there? I really like this guy. I hope this goes in. It's not the best marker. It doesn't move again.
Game show on the second leg.
Super
Adam
impressive. Like everything about what he did there. He took the nerves. He didn't panic when the 14 didn't go where he wanted to. The ideal
Look at
marker
Richard to
wasn't
throw
perfect for the
first. Game
double
on.
16. Yeah, he's leading 2-0. The people and friends of Sheffield should be very happy.
96.
Your boy is doing great.
We mentioned that Veenstra just has this tendency when it comes to one of those important games, like you've mentioned before, like with the
100.
Q school, that his average just tends to drop. That is what we're sort of seeing and experiencing right now at the minute. And why, essentially,
41.
you said maybe he's underachieved because he gets himself into these positions so often, but he's just not managed to get over that line as of yet.
I'll give you my thoughts. He's playing someone who's a lot more steadier. So when you're playing a Landman, when you're playing a Mandigers, you're going to be on the board all the
140.
time. So there's no, the fluency is there. Whereas Adam is just steady away, he does his things.
100.
So it's that break in concentration and focus, I think, for Richard. And let's be honest with you, he's wired 2 doubles in here. So, but he's well under on his doubles. Whereas Adam's just going about his own business, and this would be like a huge
91.
turning point. And he's just doing his thing. He'll go and have a sip of water. He'll stand behind, and he goes again.
100.
The one thing you can always be
Adam
in
Iroquois,
control of is your own
170.
processes. And that's all Adam's focusing on here. Tell you what would be an interesting one for the friends and family of Adam. What did he actually do at university? He might be doing a 170 finish.
145.
Just wires the bullseye. What course did he
Richard,
complete? I'd be interested to
164.
know what he was doing there. Because he might have learned quite a lot of this. There, oh, what a response. This is from Veenstra.
On the third
Adam
leg.
Warner misses the
Richard
170
Veenstra.
on the ball, and then Veenstra takes out the 164. Absolute fantastic exchange of darts there.
First. Game on.
But
Just when you think it's all over, what does the MODUS Super Series do to you?
well, that was only a holder throw. That is the key thing to remember. It was a missed bullseye for 3-0.
140.
Love them 3 darts, Matt. After that disappointment, when you're preparing yourself for 25, someone checks out the 164. What does he do?
60.
Goes back to his routine and pings in a 140.
Welcome to the Glendurant School of Predictions.
67.
I knew he'd score 67 there, that's what I was thinking. Set himself up at 294.
83.
But what a moment, what an exchange. A chance to go 3-0 up, a chance to break the throw. Be throwing for the match. To take out a 170 finish, which is an
96.
iconic finish, especially when you do it against the world's best. And then Veenstra steps up and takes out 164.
58.
When you talk about natural talent, I'm thinking with Adam. Okay, so he's been playing a couple of years with his uni mates, bit of fun, probably, you know, winning all the competitions within the university, etc., playing down his local pub. I then decide to travel. 4 weeks later, you're the Staffordshire Open champion. Is that a sign that there's a
58.
real, genuine talent inside there? Because everything we're asking him to do this week, he's producing.
I've had questions.
180.
As I'll always do, we try and
140.
paint the picture and we try and give you an idea of like, okay, this has happened, but can this and can that? And we ask the questions, and every time we've asked something of him, he's responded with the right answer.
95. Richard, you require 120.
Big moment. Huge moment, not just in this game, but in this group. And there is again, when you said about that disappointment of Veenstra, that was it in a nutshell.
68.
Literally the
Adam,
biggest
you
moment
require
of the week so
45.
far for Veenstra, and it could be punished. If Adam takes this 45, he holds his throw, he is 1 leg away from the match and 1 leg away from being top of the table with just a couple of fixtures left to go.
Game shot on the
Massive.
4th leg.
Huge.
Adam Warner.
And his roar of delight continues. Richard looks a little forlorn there.
5th leg is Richard to throw first. Game on.
And once again, that 2-dart combination to win. He throws the big number, stands back, blows his fingers.
100.
And the creamy dream is 3-1 up.
He'll feel like he's dreaming at the moment, won't he? Flying towards the top of the table.
45.
But he did go 3-0 up against Chris Landman, and we were starting to fear the worst for him as Landman started to come back. And then he took out
60.
that massive 158 for the match.
And his walk-on, surely it's got to be Old Chino. Is that too old for you, that matter?
Yeah, I wasn't around in the 50s. So.
Because you didn't go to the quiz with us because you sat in the house because you're boring.
125.
I'm boring because I didn't go to a quiz.
Called teamwork. We were all together as a team.
100.
And you sat and done videos of yourself on the creamy dream. This is marvellous dart from Adam Warner. He asked the question one more time of Richard Veenstra.
60.
Doesn't have the answers, does he? He does not have the answers when he is asked the biggest, the seriousest questions. He just doesn't seem to be able to respond. And Adam has got an opportunity now to really drive himself towards the top of the table, well, to the top of the table, not towards it. And that
45.
leg difference as well of Veenstra, like in the last game with Landman, could get ate up here because every leg that Adam gains, he takes one from the column of
60.
Veenstra. Legs count double.
Adam, you require 146.
And we may use the 19s bed here, which he's played around the board on the finishes. Is that what that gives you the options? 2 of them would have left double 16. He has to tie. That's not good enough.
Richard, you require
It does leave a
121.
2-darter. But once again, when he wants that 120-odd finish, he slides into the small bed.
100. Adam, you require 100.
How big is this? It's a 2-dart combination. You may even see double-double come into the equation here. What a dart that is.
Game
Is
shot
that
on
the moment
match.
for Adam Warner to take control of this group? Effective, efficient, superb, virtuoso performance from the young man. Very impressed. He takes the lead. He goes top of the group just at the right time. Next up, Tony Newell, Luke Getty.
At the MODUS Super Series is a meeting between Luke Getty and Tony Newell. And this is what happened in the meetings between the pair so far this week. Wins for Tony Newell after Getty missed a dart at the bull to beat him on Monday, and then a bit of a contrast in the last leg yesterday. He went the distance. The pair found themselves in the madhouse before the bear finally got over the line in that one. So those two on the stage ready for the next match. But just a quick reflection on the previous one, which was a big one at the top of the table. Richard Veenstra, a 4-1 loser against Adam Warner, who is maybe making it his Wednesday. It was Monday belonging to Chris Landman. Tuesday was Veenstra's, but Warner has won all 3 of his matches on Wednesday, including against his closest rivals, and this is how it affects the Group A table, with Adam Warner now, for the first time, finding himself top of it, 2 points clear of the man he's just beaten and 4 clear of Landman, who led after the first day. So really interesting stuff to end the day. They've all played each other now, so it's about who doesn't slip up against the bottom 3, but the first meeting between the bottom 3 now before the end of the day is, as I said, Newell against Getty. ADC Winmore Tour champion Tony Newell, who's changed his flights today and had some joy out of them in that first match of the day. Luke Getty looking for his first win of the day, the Hampshire County player. Let's get it on with Glenn and Matt.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, when I walked past Tony, he was like a bear with a sore head when he looked at me, or sorry, growled at me. Because he said, "I've heard everything you've said this week, Glenn." I asked him what the change in tungsten were, and he said, "I haven't changed my darts. I've only changed the flights." He said, "With them smaller flights," he said, "I'm not practicing a lot right now." So he said, them smaller flights, when I practice at home, there's not an awful lot of push in my arm, in the arm required.
Okay, first leg, it's Tony to throw
as Matt rightly explained sort of this week. He gave a great analysis of the way they flight. He said with this sort of more pair flight, this John Lowe lookalike flight, he has to bring his arm, really follow that arm right through and give it a bit of oomph, I think was the word that Matt used earlier. And sad to say, Matt was spot on.
Umfar, maybe. But, oh, is this a change of equipment as
well?
Where's
Whitlock's flight's gone? He's come out of his pocket
25.
And got Liberace's.
Interesting equipment change, but this game, it's time for one of Edgar's top tips.
T1.
I like Tony Newell. Price available, 5 to 6. There was both 5 to 6 before the off. I think at those odds, with Tony Newell having the throw as well, I'm willing to put my 100% record on the line of Edgar's top tips and pin it onto Tony Newell to beat Luke Getty.
Remember to gamble responsible.
136.
18 plus thegambleaware.org. And you heard it there from the man, Edgar's top tips. Tony Newell to win this game, and I'm not going to argue with him.
68.
I'm going to hide from him. He went down on the 19s there because 171 would have left his favoured double 16.
47.
And he's come out really quick out the traps. Once again, Luke's a bit sloppy, but them flights look like my living room.
30.
I'll get that in before Chris Murphy does.
56.
Another one of them. He's treble 17.
68.
Just a little bit messy there with his last couple of darts. But with Luke, so far, that's the perfect dart for Luke.
98. Tony required 88.
So 6 darts. So any temptation of requiring the bull from Tony now, it means he can go down on the 16s, and that's 48 left if my maths is right.
Correct.
So a big target of the 8 and the 16.
This is a good one, so you get to take your pick, don't you? Do you feel you want to go on the 16s or something? That's clearly a big 8 there, so he's choosing to go on the tops, and gives you a good indication, doesn't it, into how a player's feeling or what their favourite routes are, because they're the two main doubles we're trying to lead, tops and 16s.
Tony required.
Is that just a little lick for Luke? It's tops for Tony.
Game shown the first leg.
Tony Newell representing the ADC, the champion of the grand final in Reading, and the 2 grand first prize he went into with the 13th seed. He said he was chuffed to pieces when he won it, considering he's had a year where it's probably the least practice. He's focused a lot on his his job, his house, his family.
30.
And sort of darts has been sort of second best. So to have the conclusion of being the ADC champion, he said he was well chuffed.
60.
Yeah, a couple of £1,000 in the pocket. And this opportunity as well, where he's getting his appearance fee daily, and he's also got an opportunity to
97.
play for £5,000 in prize money. All the prize money will be dished out on Saturday on the finals, where you can come and watch the conclusion of
76.
the Super Series for 2022, the very last instalment.
43.
We'll be back in January. Concludes phase 2 or series 2.
My favourite camera angle, Matt. Because there was times sort of this week I've wondered why he's gone
25.
for down for 19s, but the angle of his darts this week, he was covering the bed an awful lot. So you can actually see what they're actually aiming for on that camera angle.
The pair of these have
40.
been peppering that 5, and just as I'm saying that, there's another 2 5s go in as well. I think Tony's been very, like I say, heat map that, just on that corner of the treble 5.
98.
Seems to be where he's getting most of his wayward ones, which just shows how close he is to finding that real top form, and we might see that over the next
96.
couple of days in Group C.
Yeah, it's just that alignment of your arm, that release point. His timing is possibly just, when we're talking, the thing about darts, we're talking millimetres, and all of a sudden then he
177.
pause there so you can hear the wonderful 177 there from Owen Binks. Well, that's a great fight back.
180.
And I'll try and explain why
Tony
he went for the 180 there,
65.
but I'll give the opportunity here for Tony. The perfect dart for a 65 finish. Double 10, I think he thought that was in there, Matt.
Yeah, he took a
55.
half step, and that 180 from
required
Luke Getty has
15.
took him from no position to quite a strong position now. He's going to get 2 darts. He's picked the 4s. The 2s has been going in quite a lot for the Dutchies.
11.
But the flight's changed again.
Tony
He's changed
required
darts
10.
again.
Eh? I think that's actual change of dart if
No
you look at the
score.
table there.
Look, you require 4.
Get the Elton John ones back.
Game shown the second there.
Yeah, it has been kind to the players. I think last time I was here it was double 5. I think the most common double we've seen at times this week has been double 2. Not a good sign when you see a couple of sets of darts on a player's table there. That indecisiveness of what to use, what to play with. That possibly shows the sort of the mentality side of him right now. But this Wednesday, for someone like Luke, where he knows he can't finish in the top, he knows he can't even finish in the top 3. It's an opportunity to try various things, and no doubt on the practice board he was using
100.
the other flight stem setup. But he's gone back to his originals there, so just gives me the indication that not everything is right in the Luke Getty.
95.
I like the tactic, though, of using a completely different set with that. Rather than just changing flights and stems and then going, oh, it's not working, I need to flip those back again.
121.
He actually had them ready just to grab if he felt that moment of panic. And that's what this is. It's a moment of panic. It's a crisis point, and that's normally when we try and change things, because we're trying to change things to force an outcome.
137.
Tony Newell, though, responding very well here. 2 137s in this leg and a 95 has got him down to 132. We expect to see him start on the ball if Luke Getty gets close. He doesn't have to
41.
now. He can stay on the 20s
132.
if he wants to. No, he's going straight for it. It's an interesting ploy, because I wouldn't imagine he'd have gone for the ball there on 3-2.
51.
Yeah, he said he hasn't practiced an awful lot or played much of the tour. He concentrated on the ADC. In 2021, he was heavily involved in the Challenge
40.
Tour.
Tony require
And as
81.
Matt has alluded to a lot this week, he's had his Pro Tour card, did you say, over the period of 8 years. And 3 times getting through Q School. And very, very close. Made it and missed the big 16 there, because I did like that first dart. You give himself an opportunity where there you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself with a double.
49.
But then the cardinal sin of missing the big 16. But it's the setup.
And that's okay when you've got the time to start on the ball. It's not a play I like too much when You don't have the time that he's earned himself due to the scoring phase of this
on the
match.
third leg.
And
Tony
again,
Newell.
mops it up nicely on the outer ring. Everything going with throws so far, so no dramas as
Luke to
such.
throw first. Game on.
Could this be another Edgar's top tips? I don't give them out too freely. I don't give them away that often. Normally a couple a
45.
day. But they normally land.
These top tips are boring me so much. I'm going to shout, come on, Luke Getty.
55.
About time you had some of your own back. You've done it to us for 25 years.
121.
25. I'm only 24. And them darts weren't sitting like that with them. Like I said, what he's doing now is just really throwing the
100.
dart with a bit of anger,
Purpose.
bit of purpose.
Control.
85.
Certainly more control in that because you can see it in the outcome.
$45. $125.
Speaking of purpose, Luke Getty starting to throw with a bit of purpose as well now. This is an opportunity here because these two players are going to play each other on Tuesday and Thursday as well because they'll both be dropping into Group C. You'll see them same sort of time tomorrow.
50.
This game's got a bit of a
Tony
roller
McGuire,
coaster.
170.
It's up and down, one player's up. This 170 would be the moment.
93.
threw that dart.
75.
This is not a gimme. You might come and regret the... But it's tops for Getty.
Game show on the fourth leg. Luke Getty.
That's so much more impressive because he's been really poor on the checkout, and this time he's 2 from 4.
Fifth leg, it's Tony
And
to
2
throw
sets
first.
of dart used.
Game on.
So it's all the 2s at the moment for Luke Getty.
All the 2s on the scoreboard. 2 legs apiece. Tony Newell,
100.
though, still with that advantage of throw, which I did think was a big factor in this game because I haven't seen much to suggest that one of these two players will pull away in terms of the scoring
93.
phase or give themselves loads of extra darts at the double.
It's quite simply
100.
tungsten time.
$81.
This match can go either way. Edgar top tip. And neck right now.
100.
I can't tell you the difference a dart, that treble being the last dart rather than the first, makes to a player.
I always used to say this when I was
45.
growing up through the leagues. 66 was the prime example. When a player used to go 1, 5, treble 20, 66 felt amazing.
85.
But if you went treble 25, 1, 66 felt like the worst shot in the world.
When I was watching in the Pro Tour, 66 was one of your better scores.
Your average, weren't it, this year?
85. Tony
Wasn't that good.
116.
He'll stay there. No, it's just a case of setting it up.
60.
Once again, that last dart, is it quicker or is it me? I'll have to keep an eye on that. But 197, all you can do is put pressure on. That's something that he is doing.
100.
Does leave a
Tony
2-dart
McGuire,
combination.
56.
But for Newell, he missed the big 16 last time. Not the same problem. He hasn't been great on double 10.
Game show on the fifth
But
leg.
this time,
Tony Newell.
he sinks it for a 3-2 lead. And Edgar's top tip is now a heavy favourite.
See if it gets Luke to throw
Race to
first.
4, so he's
Game on.
1 away, but everything so far has gone with a throw, and I've seen not many signs. Although I say that, and as I see that, I'm seeing one of the signs, a snatchy dart. And
43.
he stands and throws a couple of fake ones just to try and get that movement going again. But this is an opportunity here for Tony. And I said there's not been many signs. This is the first one that we might see a break of throw. No one wants to finish bottom of the table.
180.
Luke loses this game, it will guarantee that's where he finishes. A roll of the eyes on the 180. He's obviously thinking, where have you
40.
been? Sometimes people get that frustration in the positive. And again, just drags that dart into the low 5.
85.
Okay, recovery. Got plenty of time on his hands, courtesy of that 180 and the fact that Tony Newell has yet to find
45.
a treble. And it's took him 9 darts. He's still not got one on the board in this leg. So it looks like we're going to do what we said and go all holds a throw, and it looks like it's going to a decider.
Do you think Tony Newell's already thinking
31.
of the next leg? If he was, he knows after that delivery, a 180 would change everything.
140.
Probably just when he thought he was out of this leg and already thinking of the next leg where he'll have the darts. And that'll feel good for Luke. And got treble 19.
66.
He's just not thinking because he was on 97 there.
And there's that 66, which we was just talking about. Treble 20, single 5, single 1. He will feel sick. When you open with a treble 20 and you only come off with 66
84.
points,
Look, you're going
you're
96.
not going to be too happy with that situation.
2 finishes, those dart players like 96. With him on 132. All he can do now is set it up.
64.
That's exactly
Tony
what he does.
132.
But will it be the champagne finish for Tony Newell? And he'll go for treble 19.
54.
As that last dart gets quicker and
Luke
quicker.
Require 32.
And Luke, who's had his trials and tribulations on the outer bed, will continue. And I think he thought that was in. I think he's begging it to be in.
No score.
And there
Tony requires 78.
is a man sick as a parrot of doubles this week. Now he does job B, is hitting the 18. Tops.
Game shot.
And it's 2 wins from 3 for Tony Newell today. And the Edgar top tip continues to flourish. For Luke Getty, it's back to the drawing board. And already eyes are probably on tomorrow for Luke. But for Tony Newell, this is a much better day for him and much better performance. You'll see the positives from that. Next up, it's Chris Landman. And Willem Mandigers in an all-Dutch affair.
Well, that was better from the Bear, wasn't it? Tony Newell, a 4-2 success against Luke Getty, and he's now taken 2 wins from his 3 matches so far today. Again, not a game that really affects anything in terms of the Group A table, but the race for top spot is well and truly on. So if we take a quick look at the table, we'll see that Adam Warner is top of it on 20 points. Richard Veenstra and Chris Landman, the chasing pack. And Landman, well, every game has kind of become must-win for him now. But he has won every game this week against his next opponent, Willem Mandigers. In their meetings on Monday and Tuesday, Landman eased to victory, a whitewash win on day 1. And a similar outcome on day 2. Just 1 leg won by Mandigers against his fellow Dutchman this week so far. But as I said, Landman, who led the way on Monday, lost a couple of matches at the end of yesterday. Started well today with that win over Veenstra, but then defeat to Warner has left him in a position where he probably now needs to make sure he wins every game. And of course, needs to hope for slip-ups from the 2 in front of him. So let's see if he can start that quest with a 3rd victory over Mandigers here. Matt Edgar and Glenn Durrant on hand to talk you through it.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, it's a must-win now for Chris Landman. Just looking at the table there, you feel like he has to win his remaining 3 games. He'd be feeling good against Willem, winning 8 of the 9 legs they've played so far. He's been very, very impressive and was by far the best player on Monday was Landman. And opened it up today with a great win over Veenstra.
Okay, first leg, it's Chris
But
to
that
throw
loss to
first.
Adam Warner
Game
did
on.
put a sort of block on things. And now he's relying on others. So all he can do now is do his job.
140.
Get to a player he's beaten twice this week already.
Yeah, he's in a position none of us want to be in, where we need to rely on other results to happen. We want it in our own hands. I believe there was a story a few years ago at the Grand Slam, isn't there, with yourself? Did you go for a walk around the running track or something?
Yeah, I was that I think it was Andrew Gilding. All I had to do was beat him, and then Gilding had averaged something
85.
ridiculously poor for 2 games. And of course, as when you're wanting someone who's playing for nothing, he beat me 5-4.
121.
Give me that infamous cuddle with sweat dripping off his head, his nose, his ears. As I tried to look away, and then I was relying on Gerwin Price then to beat Sam and Whitlock.
Christopher 143.
And I just couldn't handle it. And so I was on this athletics track, and I could hear the cheers of Whitlock. My opinion right now is a lack of focus.
99. Christopher
himself.
20.
And he's already missed 5 darts at a double, Matt.
10.
Yeah, a lack of focus brings it to the point where the only thing that you feel can beat Chris Landman is Chris Landman in this one. However, the advantage Chris Landman has got when you look at the table is legs.
10.
He can extend that here when we look at how Willem is playing.
5.
That is
Willem
11 darts
138.
at the double already in this one leg. And when legs are so important to Chris Landman at the moment, that is his little ace up his
43.
sleeve. That is
Richard
his
Requirement 5.
little hope. Not only that results go his way, but if they do go his way, he's
Game
got the
show on the
legs on the
first
board.
leg.
But
Chris
at the 12th
Landman.
time of asking, he gets over the line. 12 darts. Chris Landman's won legs
Second
in
leg, it's
12 darts
Willem
this
to
week.
throw first.
Yeah, you see the frustration. Even when you win a leg, the game can feel really cruel. For
81.
Mandigers, I continue to scratch my head. And because I did try to build him up on Monday, he did show glimpses of it.
180.
But at times this week, he's been very, very poor. And he has the attributes. He has the skills.
100.
He has the experience. He's got a good CV. He's played a quarter-finalist of Lakeside.
100.
It's just not really happening for me. For him.
So again, on that front line, on that
61.
scoring power of Chris Landman, he's racing through a leg. Hoping it
81.
doesn't take him 12 darts to wrap this one up, because Willem, a lot closer, he's not going to let him have 12 darts at the leg. It just shows how bad that scoring phase was in the last leg for Willem.
99. Chris,
Landman's had 12 darts at
140.
a double, and Willem didn't even get a single dart.
78.
Like I said, he should be using these games. And that's the thing about the debutants. I don't think they realise that they've got another massive opportunity tomorrow. They had a massive opportunity there for a 160 after that first start.
Chris, you're going 62.
These are the type of finishes that Chris Landman's finished. He'll hit a big 12 now. For his trusty double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
After 12 darts of a double last leg. It's only the one required. It's a 2-0 lead in record speed time here for Landman.
Feel like it's Chris to throw first.
And with his darts next, it looks like he's doing what he requires to do.
So
55.
what he does require, first thing is the points. A win here will move him to 18 points. He will go above Richard Veenstra
140.
due to the leg difference. Now, if he can win this quite strong, that could be just to make him the real
100.
joker in the pack, because those leg difference will be the secondary deciding factor.
Do you think Warner will be showing signs of concern, or do you think he's just
40?
I really liked what you talked about this week, where he hasn't got that scar tissue. He hasn't had them moments of disappointment he can go back on.
140.
I'm just looking ahead at the odds, and there's nibbles coming in now for Adam Warner in his next game
21.
against Tony Newell. Tony Newell, though, 5-2 in that one. Wouldn't completely write it off because
140.
we haven't seen the best of Tony Newell, but we're seeing better Tony Newell.
Yeah, he's 2 from 3 today.
60. Chris, you're going 66.
He'll use treble 10 again. That leaves 21. He hasn't been great on the double 10, but I think that's his preferred route, so he's gone double 8.
Game shot on the third
And he
leg.
thinks that.
Chris
So after
Landman.
that disappointing first leg on the outer ring, he's pinged the next two. First dart.
Fourth leg, it's Willem to throw first.
I mean,
Game
darts,
on.
you know, from average players to good players to great players, about gears. And you just feel that Chris Landman's got them gears.
39.
And he did start in first in this first leg, but he's motoring along now, whereas poor Willem Mandigers,
100.
He's stalled.
he's stalled.
Nowhere near what we've seen from him so far this week.
59.
And you can only really see Landman winning this 4-0, and that league table, when you see that in a couple of moments' time,
59.
is going to get very, very interesting, because the legs column will be heavily in the favour of Landman. That's like a
59.
bonus point, so to speak, when you've got that many legs in the advantage. But he does need Adam Warner to
100.
lose somewhere, and Adam Warner has already played his two biggest opponents. His next game's against Tony Newell,
42.
and then his last game is against Willem Mandigers, who at the moment doesn't look like he can hit anything.
Yes, he's gone from a
100.
Ferrari to the Daewoo Matiz as well, and Mandigers this week in relation to gears.
98. Chris, you've got 142.
Chris Landman's just doing a professional job here. 142, that leaves 82, and double 11.
120.
Will return with 3 match dart opportunities. This could be a little send off, and it's happened again.
120.
He should be
Chris
polishing
requires
those.
22.
He's not the type of player who will split this, but it might have been sensible. That's
No
a great
score.
camera angle there,
Will
just to see
require
the
84.
opportunity he had there. 84 is treble 20 or treble 16, so double 12. Good marker.
60.
And I think that just
Chris
perfectly
requires
sums up
22.
his match today. So
Game shot
there we
on the
go for a
match.
comprehensive 4-0
Chris
win.
Landman.
Mandigers magnanimous in defeat. Where he has his own problems right now, whereas Landman, he does his job and he's just relying now on Adam Warner slipping up. But a great 4-0 victory, and the points difference could be huge at the end. Next up, it's Adam Warner, Tony Newell, the man of the moment.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, all free to watch as well. Free to attend on Saturday nights. It's the last one before Christmas this week. We are in Portsmouth. Tickets available from dartshop.tv. As I said, absolutely free. Before the break today, though, it was a landslide for Chris Landman in that previous match. Willem Mandigers not really at the races at all there. The lowest average we've seen so far this week. And Landman took full advantage, winning 4-0 and doing his legs tally a good favour there. A big boost for Chris Landman in his pursuit of wrestling back top spot in the Group A table, which is currently occupied by Adam Warner. Landman moves into P2 after the same amount of games have been played for him and Richard Veenstra. All players have played 13, but it is the ADC qualifier Warner that tops the group at the moment, and he's in action against Tony Newell now, looking to extend that lead. Newell has won 2 of his 3 games today, but Warner has won all 3, including this one against Richard Veenstra earlier on when he took out the ton to seal the deal, and he did get the better of Tony Newell yesterday when they met, finishing in similar style with an 81 finish. It's been really good stuff watching him, and I know that people might be wondering how they can qualify to play in this tournament with the same system. Go to Darts Circuit, or dartsatlas.com rather, and find out how you can qualify through the ADC system. I know that Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar will provide you with more detail on that, and I know that Glenn's been enjoying interacting with Adam's allies, who I'm going to dub the Warner brothers. He's certainly produced a few blockbuster performances. Let's see if he can put on another winning display here.
Boom. Thank you, Chris. Yes, I've even got a couple of more messages for Adam. There's plenty of people watching and supporting him. I've even had the Yorkshire Men's County managers sending me a message saying they're trying to get Adam to come and play for Yorkshire County. So I'm not sure if he knows that yet, but he's doing Sheffield very, very proud. But just a word of caution. Myself and Matt Edgar, just before we came on the mic here,
Okay, first
just
against
think
Adam
there could be
to throw
something in this
first.
game for Tony Newell.
Game
So number
on.
1, Adam for the first time will be thinking. It's in his hands now. And when you start thinking in darts, it can be very difficult. And for Tony Newell, you know, he's got the pedigree. He's got, you know, a much
100.
better CV than Adam. He's got the experience, and he's beginning to show a little bit what he's made of. And yeah, the odds are clearly in Adam's favour here. But just a little
47.
word of warning for the young man. But I think he'll just get on and do what he does best.
Yeah, I do think Adam's going to take this one, but not at those odds. The price 2 to 7, and I know that
26.
a lot of people follow the favourites or the strong favourites. Like Glenn's already said, the CV of Tony Newell is massively
41.
different to that of Adam Verner. If this was a game of top trumps, I don't think there'd be many things that Tony Newell would lose on.
And just remember to gamble responsible. Be 18 plus, be gambleaware.org. I just
85.
like what I'm seeing with this guy, and I was hoping Tony was going to come out the traps and really answer some questions for me, for Adam. But right now, this is the Tony Newell on Monday and Tuesday.
45.
I'd better be careful what I say, because the bear nearly gave me a bear hug earlier. I don't think he's been totally impressed with my analysis this week.
You do love a hug, as we've discussed in the last
59.
game as well.
He's no Andrew Gilden. He's throwing these darts
100.
Much better. with purpose. But for me, the man of the moment, the man of the week has been this guy. And lots of people are very impressed. Tell me a little bit more about him, Glenn. Well,
44.
he's come through the uni system and the messages I'm getting from these guys, and I'll give his local pub a shout in a second when I get my messages up. Plenty of
95.
people watching. Keep cheering him on, guys. It's a big week ahead for him, and if he can get here on Saturday night, you can come and watch for free. Just simply log into dartshop.tv. And you won't be disappointed. 10 o'clock start. You'll have 6 fantastic players going for that £5,000 first prize.
Makes you think, doesn't it, with the interaction we've had on social media for Adam. If Adam was to get through,
Adam, you require
I reckon he could fill this room on his
132.
own.
It's a long way from Sheffield, though.
So
92.
a chance for
Tony
Tony to
requires
break the throw
63.
in the opening leg. Just gets it in the treble, double 12. Couple of
39.
opportunities, and that is what I mean, that this
Adam,
is
you
not a
require
2 to 7
40.
shot. You do not feel comfortable having a 2 to 7 shot when you've got to watch your opponent throwing darts at doubles.
I think because he's thinking now. The eyes might be on the prize of that top place.
Game shot in the
But
first
that
leg.
double,
Adam Warner.
that steal from Sheffield was evident there, and I do like the way he reacts when he wins a leg.
Tony to throw first.
Well, he's never been in this position before, has he? This is all new to him. And that is, again, why I was just saying, just be a little bit cautious on this one.
42.
Because he's never been in this position, and you don't know how he's going to handle it. He's handled everything else brilliantly so far. But you just feel when someone's answering every single question positive, eventually they're going to get something wrong.
I think he'd be delighted to get through that first
100.
leg, because I felt a little bit of nerves with him there. But when he did celebrate, I would have preferred to see the Warner shuffle. So hopefully we see that this week. And apparently
100.
studied journalism. So you can come and sit here.
$123.
He plays in the Sheffield Franchise Pub League.
42.
Comes to our Tom. He's a 3-time winner of the HAM, H-A-M, the HAM Cup. So he definitely took home the bacon that week. Chris Murphy Sniggers.
100.
Reminds me of when we used to get together with the friends and we used to play games of FIFA, and we used to have the Tommy K Cup, which
55.
was originally someone's mum's Super Bowl, which ended up going around our friendship circle as the big championship everyone wanted, the Tommy K Cup.
60.
Obviously, in the world of internet and things, you don't need that now. You can just play over the net. You don't have to
92.
gather around
Adam, you
someone's
require
house,
180.
battle it out for the Tommy K.
It's funny because my FIFA was play by mail in the late 80s. I managed a team called Tops. I managed a team
98.
called
Only
Shifo,
require
as in Enzo
170.
Shifo, the captain of Belgium. Shifo FC. And this 170 would be memorable.
145.
It's frustrating.
required
I'm just
20.
watching Adam more than the 170 points, because I think he thought that was going in. I just think Adam needs to find that zone again. He's just beginning to show signs that he's overthinking a little bit. And like I said, is this double two going to be kind to him again?
16.
I just think he
Only
has to find his
required
reset right now.
25.
I'm showing a little bit of concern here, even though he's leading. And Tony's missing doubles.
Game show on the second leg. Tony Newell.
1-1, our concerns for him are justified. So get back, rub your arms, get back in and close your eyes again like you do.
So it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And nice and focused.
Well, if you want this to get a little bit more spicy, Chris Landman is probably
85.
sat behind the scenes right now cheering on Tony Newell while sticking pins in his Adam Warner voodoo doll, because he is coming up in a
30.
game's time, and he'll be taking on bottom of the table Luke Getty. And as we've already spoke about, he does have the leg advantage. So Chris Landman could be well within the running here if
120.
Adam is to slip.
I just seem to know when he's in his zone. I know what it's like to see that winning line. And like I said, a couple of bounce outs again today, hasn't there?
40.
Well, Tony Newell's opened with a 30, he's opened with a 40, and with the amount of treble fives he's hitting, he could end up following that with the 50.
134.
Trying to work out what left
46.
50 there, weren't you? Yeah, the checkout percentage is 16% for Adam in this one. 1 from 6, 25% from Tony.
92.
Scoring's not great. There's just an awful lot of thinking going on in this game. I think Adam realises the implications. And for Tony, he's just trying to find that form. He has shown
100.
glimpses today.
Adam, he requires 70.
He had high expectations in this game. Adam will be delighted that Tony's not at his best. And he's swaying these about a little bit.
14.
No panic, because Tony's way back on 285. Because the last thing Adam wants is a nightmare.
140.
the creamy dream.
Adam, he requires 56. Game shot in the third leg. Adam Warner.
He sprints to the board there, Matt. That was a good sign. He didn't wave any arms about. I'm not playing great.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first.
And like I said, I like what you said earlier in the week. He doesn't have that scar tissue. He doesn't have them huge disappointments in darts.
135.
If you had a graph, the trajectory would be all the way up for the season he's had this year. Everything's been a success. So he doesn't have them things to go back on of massive disappointments.
83.
And like I said, the positives he's going to get from this week totally will outweigh the negatives.
Yeah, if he gets this win, he will move to 22
140.
points. And that will be the maximum that could be reached by Chris Landman and Veenstra. They will obviously have 2 games left apiece.
60.
Adam Warner's last game will be against Willem Mandigers, who we've just seen play the worst performance of the week so far for himself.
56.
I think his Dutch compatriots might be able to help him. This is good stuff.
180. Tony Rick 170.
Well, Tony had a crack at this a few minutes ago. He won't be getting any closer than the 170 this time.
Well, there's the 1 and the 7.
26.
But Adam did have a crack at that earlier on as well, didn't he? He missed the 170 on the ball, then watched his opponent take out a 164. But this is quality here from Adam. A 180,
140.
a 140
Tony Rick 144.
from nowhere. He's completely turned this leg around and now could be about to break the throw and set himself up for the match.
When I was asking for his reset, I
56.
saw something just before he threw his 3 darts there.
Adam, you
A
require
little bit of
38.
aggression was back. There, just can see his top lip there. This is the routine that he does. I think he's back in the zone now. Good marker.
Game shot in the fourth
You
leg.
can hear and you
Adam
can see
Warner.
the response from him. Are we going to see the Warner shuffle? That's what I want. So my doubts I had about him.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw
I
first.
suddenly think he's back in
Game
that zone
on.
he wants to be. He's 3-1 up. And he knows Tony's nowhere near his best right now. He just has to see this out. If it does go the full way, he's got 2 of the last 3 legs with the
96.
darts as well. So all the positives are on his side.
60.
And you just sort of feel now he's just cantering towards the finish line.
I just think he turned a switch. I mean, I know these are not great
80.
darts, but that's what I'm liking. Got us them wry smiles, laughter, arms in the air behind Tony. Now I'm seeing that Sheffield steel about him. That's
78.
something that I like. He found that reset. A nice solid throw. He's not a massive 180 hitter.
60.
He found these darts and then he weighed them. And the different weights. 2 are 25 and one's 26, I believe.
55.
So we mentioned that they look like a really old tungsten, so just a set of darts that he found.
And you get that over years of use and wear, the darts banging against each other, just slightly grinds them down a
42.
little bit. I believe, was it Peter Manley at Las Vegas who weighed his darts, and there was 3 completely different weights?
32.
I had my concerns for Charlie and Mega, you there? I thought he was walking in the air. We should go downstairs here.
59.
Very intelligent player, Matt. That's something I've been impressed with. I thought with the lack of experience of being on that stage, we showed incredible maturity. But it's been a week of bounce outs for
40.
Tony. So for
Adam, you
164, he
require
doesn't need any histrionics. He
164.
doesn't need to bring the bull into it right now. Nice, keep it simple. Just think 6 darts to win. I'd stay there. Very sensible. Great 3 darts.
32.
And this will make him massively hot favourite to win this. The biggest
100.
outsider
Adam, you
at
require
the start of the
32.
week. 32 points away from pretty much sealing the deal.
Game shot
And
out of
Adam
the
Warner
match.
moves on to
Adam Warner.
22 points. Chris Landman and Richard Veenstra are trying to chase him down there on 18. They can literally only reach 22 points. So at the moment, it's the legs column that would be the only factor that could knock Adam Warner off the top and make sure he doesn't qualify for Saturday, which is where it looks like he is going through to finals night. Coming up next, one of those players who's looking to chase him down, Richard Veenstra, against Willem Mandigers.
Well, Adam Warner with a fantastic victory there before the break. Glenn Durrant has joined me to discuss what's happened in the last 5 matches or so. But let's start with that one, because Warner, I mean, he wasn't at his best in the game, but he didn't have to be, did he?
He just gets better and better, though, just as a person. You know, the averages for me are irrelevant there, because I did see some doubts, some concerns with the first and second leg that he was maybe elsewhere and maybe thinking of that winning line. But I just saw that reset that he had, that little bit of steel that's inside him, and very impressive. What
he has done now is pose a question to the rivals in this group. Let's have a look at the table. So we know the state of play going into, well, for Warner, what will be the final match, but for the other two in that race, there is a couple of games left to play, and it's become pretty simple, hasn't it? It means that they're going to have to win them.
Absolutely. Like I said, Adam's gone downstairs and said, there you go. Over to you. And Willem Mandigers now plays a massive effect in this, competition, because he still has the opportunity to stop Adam from winning it. But he's also playing Richard right now. So, yeah, he still plays that spoiler role.
Yeah, Veenstra won all of his matches yesterday, but has lost 2 of his 3 today. 2 actually against the rivals in this group. First one we can actually see here against Adam Warner. There was a fantastic moment in it when Warner missed the ball for a 170. And this is the Richard Veenstra that you know, isn't it? How he responded to that.
Yeah, beginning to write off Richard at that stage there, but the 164 was, it just sums up the MODUS Super Series for me. I think what I've learned, sat so close to these players now, is that a moment can just turn, and for that second there, I thought Richard was right back in it, but Adam was impressive.
Yeah, and he has won both matches against his fellow Dutchman, Mandigers, this week. Convincing win on Monday, but Mandigers got closer yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a strange one for Willem this week. Like I said, at times he's looked like a Ferrari, and at times he's looked like a Reliant Robin, so it's been very, very inconsistent from him.
Yeah, Ferrari with a flat tyre. It doesn't matter which one it is, does it? After the last match was a poor performance, then he'll be looking to lift his level for this one as he takes on Richard Veenstra, who needs to win to stay in the race. So Glenn is going to head downstairs and join Matt to talk you through it.
Last opportunity here for the bookies' favourite, Richard Veenstra, if he's going to win this group and he's going to book himself a place in Saturday's final. It is now or never. He is up against Willem Mandigers, who's got 4 wins so far this week, a leg difference of -14, and that was not helped by the 4-0 defeat in his last match to Chris Landman. Not only was it a defeat, but it was the manner of which he did it, averaging just 65, his lowest of the week, and he just looked like a man who was
first. Game on.
Tired and fatigued. One of the advantages that Landman and Veenstra do have at the moment over Adam Warner is that legs column, so he'll be hoping to extend and build on that one, just like Chris Landman did when he played Willem not too long ago. But it is all or nothing, which is something, ironically, we have used to describe Richard Veenstra all week so far.
60.
Yeah, I think Feast or Famine was used, but I think he's shown consistency. At times he's been the best player. I thought yesterday was absolutely phenomenal. But I am scratching my head till I'll be bold with Willem Mandigers this week. That first game of yesterday was still the most memorable
100.
match for me this week, where he was just absolutely beautiful. He was sensational. But at times this week he's been
99.
awful. And for a guy who is as good as I know he is, especially when you throw a dart like that, he's been poor.
81.
I've been down here at the Super Series many weeks now, and sometimes we'll sit and we'll debate and we'll say, how is that possible that
100.
the league table's got this player in this position considering how well they have played? One thing we can say about this week's league table, there is no tricks, it does not lie, and it is a fair reflection. Willem Mandigers in 5th position, out the 6 players, is around about right.
A fair analysis, Matt.
60. Willem, you require
put anything to that.
85.
I think it's the first week I've seen that big split. Obviously, as a commentator. So you go for 16 and Bull. He doesn't move.
60. Richard, you require 60.
The 25 for Richard. He just, all he can do is win now. I mean, what Adam's done for this group means there's no hiding place anymore.
50.
And then doubles, that was so
25.
easy yesterday for Veenstra. And all of a sudden,
21. Richard, you require 10.
2 5s for Veenstra.
No score. Willem, you
Three
require
more
4.
missed starts and opportunities for Richard Veenstra.
No score. Richard, you require 10. Game shown the first leg. Richard Veenstra.
Gets over the line in the end. 6th time of asking. And
Second leg is Richard to
he's up
throw
and running. And
first.
that's what we said. The most important, the averages forget them now. We are now at the crunch period. It's all
44.
about points.
Yeah, bizarre from Mandigers.
135.
The inconsistent, consistent Mandigers. And for Veenstra, is he
30.
playing like someone who's... I've had my chances today against the top 2 I've lost. Because he's well below par. In fact, they're both well below par again.
81.
If you're in Willem Mandigers' corner, Matt, how does he prepare himself for tomorrow? Because with Tony Newell, we've seen some improvement.
134.
For Luke Getty, if he could just sort the outer ring. But for Mandigers, I mean, you watch this and you think...
180.
Just bizarre, isn't it?
Like you say, we've seen improvement from Tony Newell. Luke Getty has shown us
60.
signs.
Willem, you reckon 105.
Willem. It's gone backwards. And that's the opposite of what we expected. We thought it'd get stronger as the week went on.
89.
I was certainly talking yesterday about him being a contender for Group C.
I think we felt he could play himself into form. You look at the 25.
63.
That's
Willem, you
definitely the
require
finish or the
16.
setup, sorry, that I've learnt this week. Which double A for Mandigers.
8. Richard, you require 170.
I think what we need this week, we've seen the 164 from Veenstra. And out of nowhere is the big fish.
Second leg.
That's a 164 and a
Veenstra.
170 from the brilliant Richard Veenstra.
So we do know the lineup now for Group
Feel like it's
C.
Willem to throw
Group B is not
first.
completed
Game
yet
on.
because we don't know fully, but at the moment it's looking like it could be Veenstra and Landman. It certainly will be that
40.
if Adam Warner can beat Willem Mandigers. The Group C lineup is completed. Alex Small, Jeffrey Beckheimer, Leonard Gates, Luke
85.
Getty, Willem Mandigers and Tony Newell. Do you have a fancy in that for tomorrow morning?
Leonard Gates, looking forward to seeing Alex
60.
Small. He was incredibly inconsistent, maybe too quick for his own good. I made a conscious decision to say I'm going to speak to him after the
22.
tournament, and I didn't. So I didn't want to get in the young man's head. If he wants to chat with me this week, that's fine. But for me, Leonard Gates is
58.
someone who could do a Raymond Smith this week.
Well, Leonard Gates is here to prepare himself and get himself ready for the PDC World Championship.
59.
He's a massive scorer. You just wait till we watch him tomorrow, and the frustration from me.
43.
Him and Tony Newell might be bear ugly between them, but I'm only going to give criticism where I think it's deserved.
180.
It's a great opportunity, really, for Leonard Gates. If he can get through Thursday and Friday, he'll be playing on the Saturday. It means it's Sunday. He can travel over to London, to the Alexandra
140.
Palace, because he'll
Richard,
be playing at
155.
7:15 on Monday night against Gert Nenches.
What amazing practice is that, isn't it? I mean, that is just absolute perfection. That's worked out brilliant for
24.
him.
Willem, you require 160.
And after a 180 from Veenstra, he follows that up with a 24, and that's just been the tail of the tape for these two. We've seen the sublime
92.
to the ridiculous.
Richard, you require 131.
Set it up nicely.
91. Willem, you require 68.
And he'll probably go and hit it now, but I have absolutely no confidence in this 48, which means only one thing.
52.
Well, I think
Richard,
from that
you
last
require
start, you can
40.
see that Willem had no confidence in that
No.
68 either.
Game
He's
shown the
just zapped
third
out
leg.
of him. He's just
Richard
completely lost
Veenstra.
all sort of rhythm and purpose. He lost his last game 4-0. And to be honest, I see nothing else right now but another
It's
4-0
Richard to
defeat.
throw
And I
first.
don't think you'll want to see
Game on.
Landman and Veenstra, tomorrow in the same group. I think, again, when you're playing with someone who you're close to,
60.
travelling partners, you need to. I used to want to dislike really despise the person I was playing. That's why I love beating you so many times.
95.
You can join me and Edgar on Edgar TV on Thursday to
121.
have a look at the Ali Pali and my thoughts on that. But please get in touch at MSS Darts. Give them a follow.
80.
Because tomorrow night, I said it does a darts. I'll be going out to a follower of MSS Darts.
140.
So we'll go from there. Interaction is what we're looking for this week. It's been great to hear from all the
80.
Adam Warner family and friends. I'd like to hear from. I've had a good message as well for Lou Getty as well. So we'll
100.
have a chat about that in his next game, about his issue with his darts. But for Lou Getty, if he can sort his finishing out, the week is not over for him.
You require 80.
But it's looking like this game's over for Mandigers.
40. Willem, you require 146.
Not on this occasion, but you expect that there's going to be another occasion very soon. But wouldn't this be so Willem Mandigers?
130.
Ironic of his
Richard,
week
you
of
require 40.
brilliance followed by nothing.
A game that neither will remember.
Game shot
Apart
on
from
the
the fact that
match.
Richard Veenstra
Richard
takes the 2
Veenstra.
points. He keeps his outside chance of topping the table, but that 170 was the massive highlight of a game where the 4-0 victory, and poor Willem Mandigers has got a lot on his plate. 0 from 12 on the checkouts. But it's Veenstra who moves on. And next up, we've got Chris Landman and Lou Getty. Join us very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is woeful Willem Mandigers at the moment, beaten 4-0 for the second successive game, and in doing so has just kept alive Richard Veenstra's hopes of topping the Group A table. Still needs a defeat for Adam Warner in his last match, which is actually against Willem Mandigers. Chris Landman, though, now looking to keep his hopes alive in the second game when he takes on, in second place, sorry, when he takes on Luke Getty, bottom of the table at the moment. Veenstra still fighting, but Landman has to follow suit to remain in the hunt himself. And he has suffered defeat against this player before. He was top of the table on Monday when he met Luke Getty, and Getty did beat him in that match. He took out this 91 checkout to do so. It's been one win a day so far for Luke. He's got a couple more chances today without a win so far. But this was Monday's glory. Landman did return the favour yesterday, himself taking out a finish in the 90s during a win against Luke Getty. So the race is on. Next match after this will be Adam Warner. If he wins it, then he will top the group. But Veenstra has kept his hopes alive. Landman now needing to win to do the same. He takes on Luke Getty. Can he get it done? Let's find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Job well done there by Richard Veenstra. The 170 being a massive highlight to go with his 164 earlier. Now it's over to Chris Landman against a potential spoiler in Luke Getty. Like I said many times, if Luke can just get that balance right of his fantastic scoring prowess and his job on the outer doubles, it could be a danger for anybody. So, but I think Chris Landman's the type of player he'll just be focusing on his own game, but all he can do really is win this game. But then you're reliant on his Dutch teammate, Willem Mandigers, when he plays Adam a little bit later on. So, but don't look too far ahead, I'd say to Chris. Just win your game and see what happens after that.
140.
Another new combination of darts.
Yeah, before I answer that, I had a lovely message earlier. Let's have a little look at this.
83.
From Abby. Luke has 2 sets the same, Glenn. Just different types of grip and points and different colour
84.
condors. He hasn't switched darts. Feeling so frustrated for him. He hasn't shown what he's capable of this week. And thank you very, very much for that feedback, because I think if you dissect it, though, he has demonstrated what he can do, certainly with his scoring. But for me, it's just not been his week.
60.
Especially on the setups, Abby. And obviously his stats are there to be seen on his finishing. But he's still got 2 days to go. And who knows, when it all goes back to 0 points in the morning, he comes back a different man. And if he can just get that early win under the belt tomorrow, you just never know.
Yeah, was a bit surprised when I looked at the prices for this game and saw Chris Landman was 2 to 5. He opened the day at 2 to 5. So there'd been no market move, no nibbles on this one. And normally, when we get a situation like this where we've got someone in the run-in against someone who's bottom of the table and, like you said, hasn't shown a consistent level of ability. Of course he's shown ability. He hasn't shown a consistent level of ability. I'm very, very surprised that that price didn't get gobbled up.
Game shown the first leg.
I might agree after that early 1-0 lead, but please gamble responsible. 18 plus, be gambleaware.org. And I think maybe, just like myself, I think they're just waiting for Luke to put all the pieces of the jigsaw together, because his full game's there.
59.
He's an experienced county player. I've been looking at his results. He's unbeaten again this year, but it must be difficult, you know, when you've had 3 days on the bounce, when it hasn't been your day, it hasn't been your week. You go back to that players' lounge, you know, it can be tough on him. What he's got to think of as the positives, and how many players have, you know, done a grey musher where they've been bottom at the end of the Monday to Wednesday, then come out, not only won the next group, but then gone on to win the grand final as well. So it can be done, and good people around him will be telling him that, because it can be a lonely place when you're on the road.
140.
You're on your own. You can't have family or friends in the players' lounge with you here, so he has to be learning on the job, Matt.
60.
Yeah, and I can speak very highly for that. That was one of the things I really struggled with to the end of like my PDC tour card. That being on, and obviously our time was the end of that was in the COVID period as well, and I really struggled with that, being on your own sort of periods, and
26.
it was only heightened during that COVID days.
And that's where a real good friend, Orion Searle, comes into it, where you've got similar things that you like, similar hobbies, etc.
90.
People who you like to spend time with. But it's been an absolute pleasure sharing the comms box with you this week. It's just a shame you haven't been coming out to the quiz with us.
97. Question required 32. Game show on the second leg. Chris Landman.
Within seconds, we're telling a story, and all of a sudden, Landman's 2-0 up. He's just one of them players, isn't he? And out of nowhere, in 3 minutes, is averaging over 100. That's how good these guys are. He keeps holding that non-throwing hand, Matt. Have you noticed that?
85.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's even a conscious thing or...
Oh, really?
It might be a completely subconscious, like just... or
140.
it could even be, when we dig even deeper, it might even be a little bit of a positive anchor.
60.
Not going to go all sports psychology on you, but it potentially could be something that... This is the thing when you speculate. I'll give you two answers that are completely opposite ends of the spectrum. One's a subconscious, one's a conscious thought.
And people said I was boring.
45.
They still do.
$81.
Averaging over 101 is Landman in this game. That's how.
100. 100.
And with Landman there, always on the treble 20. Doesn't play around the board much. But it's very effective in what he's doing. If this 102 goes in, he's got a lovely average here, a lovely checkout average. So you say job well done for Veenstra last game. It's already looking like a job well done for Landman. It will be then over to Adam Warner next. What a massive game that will be, Matt.
Yeah, the solution's really simple though for Adam Warner. Beat Mandigers.
84.
You are in to Saturday.
24.
And you are listening from Sheffield. Get your
Game
train
show on the
tickets booked.
third leg. Chris
Jump in
Landman.
a car share and get yourself down to Portsmouth and come and cheer Adam on, because he'll be playing for £5,000 and a place in Champions League where he could
Game
be
on.
taking another £20,000. And you can get down here completely free. Dartshop.tv for your tickets. And don't worry, we'll keep Glenn Durrant locked away in the commentary box so you don't have to put up with him.
60.
What do you do on overnight if you're Luke Getty then? How does he
140.
how does he bounce back from these 3 days?
Well, these are 3 days in their own entity, aren't they? And then Group C would be its own
125.
individual event, so to speak. And you can get drawn into the event and you're
60.
placing and trying to correct something and trying to get up the table. I've been in this situation myself. The last time I played in this, I played Group A, and I was pathetic in Group A.
Am I meant to act shocked there?
We should record 161.
Finished bottom of the table, went into Group C. You won 8 out of 10.
90.
They're the kind of things he needs to know. That's like you say, we have good people around him. That'd be good because he has not been in this match. You just feel like he's thrown,
40.
get me off this stage.
Which requires 71.
Don't normally like to give odds on tips,
shot of the
but
match.
at 2 to
Chris
5, I'm
Landman.
shocked that that was not et alive. Luke Getty, bottom of the table, hasn't really produced today, and he's sort of been around about the 70 mark. It dipped even further there, but Landman, most importantly, has given himself a big opportunity to win this group. He gets the points on the board. He also gets a massive tick in the legs column, something Adam Warner doesn't have. But what Adam does have is an advantage on the points column, which he needs to drive home in the next game against Willem Mandigers, where if he wins it, he is through to Saturday's final.
Welcome back. Well, look at that before the break there. 30-point difference in the averages between Chris Landman and Luke Getty. A whitewash win for the Dutchman that keeps him in contention at the top of the Group A table, going into the final 3 matches of the 3 days in this group. However, it could be all over at the end of the next one. So let's have a look at that group table now to just run you through what might happen. So Adam Warner is going to play Willem Mandigers next. Now, if he wins the match, that's it. He is through to finals night. Landman and Veenstra can no longer catch him. But if he does lose, as he did yesterday against Willem, then Landman and Veenstra would need to win their final game to have a chance of getting through. And both currently have a better leg difference. So it's still all not lost just yet for the Dutch duo, who are looking for a favour from the third Dutchman in the group. We'll take a look back at what happened in meetings between this pair this week. Warner did earn himself a convincing win against Mandigers on Monday, but hope for Veenstra and Landman may lie in the fact that Mandigers returned that result yesterday. So 2 Dutchmen hoping for a favour from the other one. As I mentioned, if Warner wins, he will be the first man through to finals night in the last week before we break for Christmas. Can he do it, or will he be beaten by a Dutchman who could open the door for another Dutchman to get through? Let's find out. Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar are on hand to talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, Willem has got a bit of a smile on his face there, but the concerns will be for the other Dutchies in the group, Richard and Chris, because Willem's best darts have always been the first game of the day. And he was absolutely fantastic in beating Adam Warner yesterday. He does seem to peter off. But I think there'll be a little bit of motivation there to help his travelling mates. So Willem is a very, very accomplished player. He just hasn't demonstrated his qualities like I expected this week. But if you'd have asked me on Monday who would win this game, I would have said Willem Mandigers without even much of a thought to it. But right now, the man of the moment is this one. Fabulous week he's had, and he's playing with a smile.
Yeah, 2 players coming into this game with 2 completely contrasting form lines. I mean, Mandigers, the last 8 legs he's tasted defeat. He's not won a single leg in 8. His last game, he had 12 darts at the double and wasn't able to convert any of them. And across those 2 4-0 defeats, he has averaged just 72.36. If he is anywhere near that mark, you'd think Adam Warner is going to be booking himself a place in Saturday, where hopefully a lot of his friends will be booking their place as well to come down and join us.
Yes, come on, Sheffield. Get yourself down here. It's been great to interact with you. But what he would need on Saturday night is some support. I know it's a long way, but he's doing you proud. Well, if there's any university players nearby in Portsmouth,
57.
Come and support your man, because he's doing absolutely fantastic. Well, let's not write off Willem just yet. See, this guy is a quarter-finalist of Lakeside, played in the World Masters, many titles under his belt. Freely admits his best years were around about 2019 and just before COVID. But if he could find any sort of form, he'd be a match for anybody.
60.
And he needs to demonstrate that now. He'll go for 16.
136. And we require 145.
How's that for a demonstration? When you ask for it, 140, 136, leave himself tops. He has not won a leg in 8. He was 0 from 12 in the last
65.
Match. So there's not a lot of positivity when it comes to this, but can he correct it? It's in his hands now. It's not the past, it's the present.
20.
And the present is following the same track
require
as the past.
80.
You just can't buy a double. And that stat you've just read out there just makes me very worried, because they're the opportunities that you want. I could hear the sigh from Chris and Richard next door. You just stay straight. Just give yourself an opportunity. Doesn't move.
Game shown the first
a double that
Adam
is. Absolutely fantastic there from Warner. Everything that is being asked this week, he's delivered
Second
on.
leg is Adam to throw first.
He was
Game
second
on.
best in the second part of that first leg there. But Adam Warner 1-0 and a breaker throw. Great start, young man.
And the alarm bells
100.
continue to ring for Willem. I've just had a look back through the last couple of games, and this one, he is now 17 darts at a double since he last converted one.
59.
That would be considered a leg of darts, really, for what you'd expect from Willem Mandigers. Also confirms why the average is down in those low 70s at the moment for the last
100.
couple of matches. This is all about Adam.
Adam,
140.
who studied journalism against 5 players this week where he's been universally challenged, has been positive throughout. He is very much of a ton machine as well.
100.
And like I say, that could be a big part of that heavy tungsten. And I don't mean in grammage, just the quality of that tungsten that he's got there. I might have a little look at them darts when I get a
24.
chance to meet him later. He's not a massive 180 hitter, but he's very effective in what he's doing, and hundreds are perfectly enough in this game so far. He just sits that just above it. 2 good darts.
59.
I get frustrated when I see darts like this first one followed up like that one
85.
and the second one, because usually
you
yesterday
require
Matt, there were little ones each
142.
time. The perfect treble 20.
He looks tired, mentally and physically tired. He just doesn't seem to have much in the tank at the
17.
moment.
102.
I think your observation is absolutely spot on there. I just thought he had the opportunity to help out Richard and Chris here, and that might have been his motivation
57.
to really kick in and
require 40.
find something there. He has demonstrated, but in very small portions this week. Tops for Warner.
Game shot in the second leg.
He's good.
Adam Warner.
He's very, very good.
Yeah, 2 from 2 in this one, and he is halfway to confirming his
So
place
it's Willem to throw
in
first.
Saturday's final. 2 more legs to go.
57.
Done the hard bit. He's got the breaker throw, which he needed. He's then confirmed that breaker throw. He doesn't seem to be wanting to slow down with this one. The last couple of games,
100.
actually, have all been heavy score lines. 4-0 to Landman over Mandigers. 4-1 for Warner over Newell. Veenstra 4-0 over
140.
Mandigers. Landman 4-0 over Getty. And I suppose this goes back to what came up at the very, very first day when I stood and we had a chat with Chris Murphy, and he says, what do you
40.
expect is going to happen here, Matt? And I says, well, actually, what I think is going to happen is the divide that we've got in the league table between the top players and the bottom players is just going to grow.
98.
And it did. The top 3 stayed the top 3, the bottom 3 stayed the bottom 3, and the gap between them just became like a Grand Canyon.
I felt it was Warner. If anyone was going to dip, it would be him after the euphoria of the first day. But like I said, every question
100.
he's answered. And he looks very comfortable in his own skin right now. He's not thinking of Saturday night. There was a moment in the last game where I thought
54.
he's elsewhere. His body language sort of dictated to me that he was thinking. But he just found that reset just at the right moment. And that's his perfect dart, that, just above that treble. And he follows that up very nicely. Quick look at the score. He'll stay there. He did that yesterday, didn't he? He left himself 156. This time he's at the ball to leave 131. I'm not sure it's the right way to go, but it's effective for him.
Yeah, it feels like a burnt
66.
dart, doesn't it? Because there's not
Adam, you
really a
require
benefit. You still need the 2
131.
trebles. So I'd stay on the trebles there on that one myself.
One of my favourite finishes, this one, but he's going downstairs. And just after peppering that treble 20
81.
there, he
Willem
decided to go
require
downstairs, but it's a
86.
good setup in the end. And the way Mandigers been playing in this area of the match. And I
44.
fancied for all the world of that going in after the way
Adam, you require
I built that up.
50.
Well, in the northeast, we call this the pop-pop. 2 darts. A done.
Game shot in the
B
third
with
leg.
aplomb.
Adam Warner.
It's 3-0 to Warner. And he's definitely got one eye on Saturday night now. So if you are thinking of getting your train tickets down here,
first. Game on.
do it now and we'll see the Sheffield Massive here on Saturday night.
That now moves to 18 missed darts in a row for Willem. The good thing about him is this is his last game in Group A, which means tomorrow when he wakes up, he'll be joining us in Group C, and it will all be reset to 0.
134.
He won't be able to see his Dutch teammates. They'll be playing Thursday night, Friday night, which looks stacked.
Unless they get together in the morning for a boiled egg and a cheese roll.
Ah, you've had a Dutch breakfast, have you? You've been to the Dutch Open, have you? I remember the Finder Masters. I won't mention I won it 3 times, but that was unlimited food.
58.
And if my friends are listening, I took Joe Goodison one year. I couldn't get him out of the place. It was unlimited food and he was there 12 hours a day. If you're listening, Joe, I love you.
59.
Time is ticking now on this game, you feel, and well, it's coming to the conclusion of Group A. Conclusion of Group A, which would put Adam Warner as the star on the top of the tree.
58.
Let's look forward to Saturday night. Do you think Adam would be in with a good chance?
99.
Or is this his moment, do you think?
150.
Nothing will surprise me with Adam Warner this week. I think I've run out of being surprised.
63. Willem, you require 151. 39. Adam, you require 87.
For the match, same routine. Are we going to see the Warner shuffle? He'll use the bull here, so fat 20 for the match.
46. Willem, you require 112.
And after 18 missed darts at a double, Matt, how do you fancy this?
I don't. Oh, he's got a shot. Is that tops?
92.
That makes it 19. We might be about to see
Adam, you
some dance
require
moves.
41.
Double 16 for the group.
He likes that marker.
25.
Did he think?
Willem, you require 20.
After 19 missed darts at a double, Willem. That is your
10.
story of the week. Adam Warner, this is your moment.
Adam, you require 16.
Same process. Warms the fingers. Double 8.
Game shot.
And there's the winning double.
match.
So that's
Adam
Adam Warner
Warner.
into the final on Saturday night as the winner of Group A. 2 days for him to relax, to rehydrate, and realise there's the shuffle, and to come back and get himself right in the mix for Champions Week. A brilliant week for Adam. I'm sure he's learned so much about himself and the belief in his game. We'll see you Saturday night, Adam.
Welcome back. Adam Warner beating Willem Mandigers 4-0, as you can see there, and that means that he is through to finals night as the group winner, and he's alongside me now. Well done, Adam. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Just coming into this week, what were your expectations? Was it this, to be stood here right now as a group winner?
Absolutely not. I think just to come and play with people like this who've done stuff. You've got people who've been on the Pro Tour down there, people who've won WDF majors, gone deep in the WDF BDO World Championships. So sort of coming in, I was just like each day try and win a game and then win another one. And then even today, I just thought I'm probably going to come second or third, but just keep it interesting for as long as possible. So to be at this point where there's still 2 or 3 games left and I'm first, yeah, unbelievable. Can't believe it.
Well, let's get confirmation of it. First time you can see this on the screen here. The table, 24 points through with Landman and Veenstra. Still with a game to play, but can't catch now. Now, you played both of those players early today. Once you'd beaten them both, then did you start thinking, right, this might be mine?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I think you could probably see that in the first couple of legs against Tony. I was probably a bit too intense with it, and luckily managed to get through those first 2 legs at 1-1, and then just thought, I'll just try and relax a bit and play like you have been. But yeah, I think it'd be difficult not to be feeling like that with those 2 games left after winning the 2 before. So I was just thinking, yeah, try and win. And yeah.
Just quickly, I know that Glenn and Matt have been hearing from a few of your friends, your teammates from the uni scene.
Yeah.
And what is that scene like in darts? It's not something we hear about too much.
Yeah, it's great. So that's when I started playing, really. I've always played with my dad at home, just like in the garden and all sorts. But then when I went to university, since I was 18, started playing at Sheffield. And you have matches against other universities, so we'd play sort of Manchester, Nottingham, Loughborough. And then there was like what was called a big weekender. So you go over on a Saturday, 350, 400 people there, groups of 8 or 9, and then sort of just play all day. So it's just a lot of fun. And yeah, so that's sort of how I started playing competitively. And then beginning of 2022, started entering some tournaments and the ADC stuff. And yeah, it's led to this.
Yeah.
So.
And it's been a lot of fun to watch you as well. Any chance of them coming down on Saturday night, a few of them?
Oh, we'll have to see. I'll have to send some messages. I think maybe some of them will be. But yeah, still can't believe it's not sunk in yet. So.
Well, he's got a couple of days to let it sink in. Well done, Adam. We'll see you again on Saturday night, but we do have a couple of more fixtures to fulfil in Group A, starting with the next one. Chris Landman against Tony Newell is about to get underway, so back to the boys in the box.
How refreshing. Great to hear that young man speak like he does there, and he can't quite believe what's happened this week. But all the belief that he ever dreamt of, and those moments, because this MODUS Super Series is big. Don't big prizes, 5 grand is a great foundation for him then to look at what he wants to do in 2023. Is it an option for him for Q School? Is he still going to look at the ADC and MODUS? Is he going to even think about Challenge Tour? But them types of money and sort of getting it out there, and putting himself in for a chance of 20 grand at the Champion of Champions week as well. It's been a wonderful, and that's what this MODUS Super Series is all about. It's about giving people opportunities, and I'm really absolutely delighted for the lad. And I ask for his friends and family, please get yourself down here and cheer him on, because this could be his moment.
He said on that interview, didn't he? He couldn't quite believe what has just happened. Let me put a bit more context to that for you. At the start of this week, to win that group that he's just won, Group A, you could have got 25 to 1. Even coming into today, you could have got 13 to 2. That's how big of an outsider he was. 40 to 1 for the week.
100.
Those odds will be completely gone now.
And a new name. That, certainly I won't be forgetting. I'll be chasing his name next year to see
45.
What he's doing, because he has the full package there. He's a very level-headed player. He's a big scorer. And when questions were asked about his doubles, and when questions were asked when, after he lost the game, he bounced back. He's got all the ingredients to go far. He's 25-year-old. And it was great to hear from him there. I enjoyed that interview.
92.
And for Landman and Newell now, it's just about being totally professional. For Newell, it's about getting himself ready for tomorrow. For Landman, he'll have tomorrow morning off.
96.
He'll be back tomorrow night, where I ask you not to miss that. Get yourself watching a bit of Ali Pally stuff, and then join us at 10 o'clock.
It's only require
Because
100.
it's a fantastic group of 5 players. I'm looking forward to seeing my mate Nick Kenny, if you're listening, Nick.
29. Chris, you require 8.
It's going to be some day, that, isn't it? We start off with a bit of World Championship preview over on
Game show on the
Edgar
first
TV with
Chris
Edgar
Landman.
and Duzza. Then we move on to the World Championships at Ali Pally opening night. And then
Second against
as
Tony
that's
to throw
concluding,
first.
you can come over to the start of Group B.
When will I have time to sleep
100.
and count my money?
Well, if it's your winnings from next year, it shouldn't take you too long, should it?
59.
To be fair, we've been here, what, 3
100.
days, and I've seen you count your money 5 times.
I've got Charlie in my ear and the wonderful production team. I'm not tight, am I, Charlie?
24.
Brilliant job by the production team. Everything that you see and hear, the great
84.
camera work. The dulcet tone of Owen Binks. That makes the job of being a commentator very, very easy.
97.
Thank you, boys.
Should we use this
100.
opportunity to make some predictions then? So we know the full lineups for Group C and we know them for Group A. We spoke about Group C before and you said you was looking forward to seeing Leonard Gates.
140. It's only record 170.
What about Group B? Kai Fang Lang, Rob Collins, Nick Kenny, Chris Landman and Richard
93.
Veenstra.
I think what I'd say to that, Matt, is every time I've had to try and discuss a Group B, I've found it really tough because every Group B I've been involved in, which is not a lot, has been stacked.
24.
And that is a top 5 as Tony Newell looks for 24 for a level game. And double 3.
18. Chris, you require
I think we
41.
had high expectations for Tony after game 1, didn't we, Matt? Just hasn't really
Game show on
happened.
the second leg.
And out of
Chris
nowhere,
Landman.
Chris Landman's leading 2-0, but that's a tough group.
Do you want me to tell you what 3 players get through it?
Is this a
Still
top
against
tip?
Chris to throw first.
It's not the
Game
top
on.
tip, but it is going to be the 3 men that will get through. One of them is going to be Nick Kenny.
Mm.
78.
One of them is going to be Chris Landman, who you've just seen going the 78. The other one is going to be Richard Veenstra.
That wouldn't be too far. That leaves Rob Collins and Kai Van Lung, who's just reached the
48.
semis of the World Masters.
Yeah, I was torn between Veenstra and Kai Fang Lang, but yeah, I'm just going to slightly edge it to Veenstra. Sort of a 55-45 split. I think it's close between them 2.
Well, last time I watched Rob Collins, he was
85.
extremely impressive. So I certainly wouldn't be writing him off. And Kai, well, I genuinely, I know I'm probably here to do a pundit. I'd have to have a little think a bit more deeply. But I don't know the effects of not getting top of the league. How is it going to affect Chris and Richard? And also, they played the World Masters, these 2 lads.
79.
That's 7 or 8 days on the spin they've been playing darts. Fatigue, does it come in? They're both fit lads. You know, but it'll be interesting. I'll have to
62.
have a little think about that one.
Landman certainly looks like he's had enough of Group A, and he
177.
is
Chris, require 41.
motoring through this one.
I do like that 177 shout from Owen. And he just likes to go above that
Game
top. So he
shown
does
the
that
third
so
leg.
often.
Chris Landman.
And like you say, when you sit in this privileged position so close and for 3 days running, you see sort of certain mannerisms of players. Chris Landman
against
does like to
Tony
go a
to
little
throw
bit big on that
first.
tops. And it usually follows it in. He's been highly impressive this week. Possibly feel a little bit hard done by. You might even go back to the game 2
95.
days ago where he lost to Luke Getty, where he played 3-1-3, and it was top versus bottom. But he possibly look at a couple
100.
of games where he could have done better. Maybe the Adam Warner game today. But I think Adam has been the standout person, hasn't he? Just for the whole round package of not knowing a great deal about him and what he's done.
Oh, absolutely. And the rightful winner of the group as well. He's been the most consistent, and consistency is key when you're in these marathon sort of experiences. But just going to the future, and we've spoke there briefly about Group B, I would not be surprised to see Tony Newell come tomorrow and really start to show his class and show his authority on a group that looks winnable. I
hope so too. I did see glimpses early, though. I think I would stay with that setup he's got now. I think at times it's just a couple of wins under his belt. And that group tomorrow morning, you know, it's winnable.
140.
It's very, very winnable. I do think Leonard Gates does stand out there. So if I was going for a punt, you know, it would be Leonard.
100.
But you'll see some strange ways of going for his doubles. That's my only concern there. This brings the bullseye into it.
60.
It doesn't get any closer than that. And for the match, and a quick fire 4-0 victory. Just the wrong side.
65.
Leaves double 18.
25.
That's the 2 data for Tony, which for double 11 there.
3.
And when you
require 36.
When you're not winning games, Matt, that's what sort of happens. And for a very routine victory, it's Chris Landman that takes a quick fire 4-0 victory for Tony Newell. He's just got to look at the positives and get himself ready for tomorrow morning. For Chris Landman, it's a case of what might have been, but he's back for another opportunity tomorrow night in a group that's stacked with talent. Final game of the day is coming up. It's Richard Veenstra against Luke Getty.
Welcome back. Chris Landman with a whitewash win to sign off his Group A campaign over Tony the Bear Newell. It wasn't to be for Landman in terms of qualifying for finals night. That went the way of Adam Warner after his whitewash win over Willem Mandigers in the previous match. He completed a clean sweep today and finishes top of the table. Richard Veenstra was the man who led it after yesterday. He still has a game to play and is looking to finish level on points with his fellow Dutchman Landman, but it will be a third place finish for him, and it will be a sixth place finish for his opponent Luke Getty, who has shown some signs of what he can produce and will be looking to put things right in Group C when the action resumes tomorrow. We did see him take out a fabulous 136 checkout when he met Veenstra earlier in the week, and that was when he was staring down the barrel of a 4-0 defeat. So certainly has just shown in flashes what he's capable of. Veenstra, they've called him the all-or-nothing man this week, Glenn and Matt in commentary, and it's kind of been the case. But dominant wins against Getty for him, and he'll be looking to sign off in similar fashion, though Luke is looking to avoid a winless day today. So back to Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar for the final match of Group A.
Thank you once again, Chris. Yeah, for Richard, it feels like a missed opportunity. I think both players will just want to play the best in this game and just give them something for tomorrow. But Richard will be looking back to the very early couple of games this morning against Chris Landman and Adam Warner. You know, you felt his chance was gone after that, but I still think he's shown glimpses of being a potential winner of this competition this week. He certainly has the talent, but you know, them concerns of that when it comes to that one game, you know, why did he do this? Why did he play like that? Sort of bear fruition a little bit this week with them losses to both Chris and Adam there. So for Luke, you know, he needs something for in the morning. He's a, you know, Rich is going to be a heavy favourite in this game. So if I was Luke, I would treat this like a county game and just get up there, enjoy it, and just show people what you're made of.
You mentioned he's going to be a heavy favourite. He is a very heavy favourite. We was having a little look at the odds, see if we could point you in the direction of a little bit of value to end your day and end your last experience of Group A for 2022. And originally Richard Veenstra was around about the 1 to 5 mark, and the more we delved into the odds, the more that 1 to 5 went 1 to 6, 1 to 7. He actually went off 1 to 8, which means everyone is gobbling up that price, and it might even be in terms of the handicap, because Richard Veenstra, when he gets going, and some of his score lines this week,
98.
he's been around that 4-0, 4-1 mark more often than not. And there was a bit of even money around that for Veenstra to win 4-0, 4-1 on the handicap, which I think does represent a bit of value.
But please remember to gamble responsible. Be 18 plus. Be gambleaware.org. And my favourite tweet of the day from Sheffield Darts. That win by Adam means we've got the long journey down to Portsmouth. Well, that's my tweet of the week. Can't wait to meet you guys, and thank you for all the information on Adam this week.
58. Or did you require 160?
He did good.
Don't forget your Christmas jumpers, lads.
Game shot on the first.
That's a 170 finish from Richard Veenstra, a 164 finish from Richard Veenstra, and a 160 finish. The guy is a machine when it comes to big finishes. And a beautiful 15 darter to start this match.
You got a naughty little Christmas number for Saturday night?
No, I'll be looking ultra professional. I'll be in black.
I'm not even going to show. I'm even going to keep it hidden until Saturday, because mine is very, very naughty.
It's not a Slazenger one, is it?
100.
Our talking bull.
Looking forward to it.
How long did we spend just blasting each other about? Because you was wearing my mum's curtains, wasn't you, that day?
I do like an outrageous shirt. But I'll leave that to you on Saturday night. Oh, you know, part of me feels a bit for Luke because I know there's a player inside there, Luke. I hope you watch some of this back. I hope you get your head up, shoulders out.
56.
Come back tomorrow and open and win in tomorrow morning's game. You'll feel like a new man, Luke. And we'll be singing, "Whoa, Luke Getty, get it on."
Singing again. He had a lot of singing this week. I think he did 3 songs the other night. He did "Let Me Entertain You," "Merry Christmas Everyone," Well, you did a third one. I'm sure you did a third.
Or you'll be saying it was something like a virgin or something like that. In a
97.
minute. I don't do karaoke, so I ignore him. I've got a reputation of interest in Durant. Boring, boring does her.
Look, you're going 98.
Treble 18. So second best now is not to bust.
No score.
As shown in diagram
Richard,
B.
you're going 138.
That just pretty much sums up his Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Matt. And
Absolutely.
especially if this goes in.
98. Look, you're going 98.
You know, for double there. Now all of a sudden this 98 will feel like 198 for a leg he had in the bag. He's a massive second
62.
favourite now because
Richard,
3
you're going
darts to toss
40.
for Richard. I don't expect him to miss this.
Game show on the second leg.
And it's took 3
Richard
days for me to
Veenstra.
get a prediction right. I'll leave the top tips to the man next to me,
Delegates
the
Richard to
Daventry
throw
Open
first.
quarter-finalist.
Game on.
He can give you detailed information on how these guys are playing. Actually, he's been very, very
60.
interesting. Off air, though. On air, he's been really boring. But back, he's been all right. I've learned quite a lot from him. Feeling for Luke here. Matt, I don't know about you.
11.
It's a horrible feeling when you're up there and it's not going well. Especially when you're playing someone who just pings treble 20 for
81.
fun.
Yeah, I think this has gone beyond for Luke playing the game and what his opponent's doing. He is playing himself.
41.
And you can see that he's literally battling with himself. He just wants to be off that stage right now. And the way it's going, it's not going to be too long before he's off.
140.
But he could be off with another big scoreline. I mean, the last 3 games, the last 4 games even, have been 4-0. The end of this day has literally been one-sided
28.
matches, which I suppose, again, does sort of coincide with that bit of value we found at even money on minus 2.5 for Veenstra being the absolute golden tip of this game.
The last time I was here in the 15 games,
30.
it was either 13 or 40, then were 4 threes. So this has been the total opposite today.
39.
I guess the only good feeling about playing someone quick is that this is going to be over too much, but I hope I'm seeing tomorrow
60.
Luke has gone from someone who looked down and out to someone who's absolutely flying now.
We always use the quote, and it's one that Luke Getty probably needs to think about
45.
right now.
Richard, you're going
Rocky Balboa.
130.
How hard you can hit, it's how hard you can get hit. He has been hit, and he has been hit hard. Been hit hard with a
Game shot in the
160,
third
and he has
leg.
been hit hard
Richard
with a
Veenstra.
130 finish from Richard Veenstra. How do you get up and keep moving forward? That is what Rocky Balboa said to his son. That's what I'd be saying to Luke Getty right now. You've been hit. How hard can you get hit? Because you are going to take the biggest of blows the higher up you go within the system.
100.
And you've blown a few big ones this week, if you don't mind me saying. A little small commentary box here as well. It hasn't been fun if you're listening, Jody. That's better, Luke.
100.
Top man. He hasn't given up. He hasn't shown signs of waving his arms about, don't want to be here, and sunken shoulders.
125.
He's given everything he can. Fair play to him.
59.
How many big finishes has he got in him, Richard?
100.
Well, how many big finishes has he got? He's got the biggest one, the 170. He's got the 164. He's got the 160. He's got the 130. You can make a highlight reel just on Richard Veenstra.
61. Look, you're going 142.
I'm sure that's a highlight reel he'd want to keep.
$45.
Can he do it
Richard,
again?
You're going 170.
He's had 2 massive finishes in this match so far.
134.
Oh, and that is a lovely setup there from Richard Veenstra. Good performance, this. It's just not happening for Luke Getty at the moment. And he could be Getty off the stage
41. Richard, you require 36.
very, very soon.
Game shot on the man.
That is the
Richard
completion
Veenstra.
of Group A. And another one of Edgar's tips landing there, the minus 2.5. The 4-0 or 4-1 victory was needed for Richard Veenstra, and he gets that over the line with a 4-0 victory over Luke Getty, who has not really produced here in Group A. He will now move on to Thursday and Friday morning, where we'll see him take part in Group C. Richard Veenstra will be moving through to the evening session. He'll be going into Group B, and he ends his Group A campaign with a 4-0 victory over Luke Getty.
Yeah, it is Getty out of here, isn't it? Thank you, Matt, for that. Glenn has joined me to discuss what's happened in Group A and then look ahead to the rest of the week. There was a real separation, wasn't there, in the Group A table, which we'll take a look at now. The top three in the last three matches all won 4-0 and showed the gulf in class.
Yeah, it was a tale of the tape there, wasn't it? You look at the bottom three there, the need to dissect and look and find what positives there are, because you can come bottom in Group A, then come out fighting on the Thursday and Friday, and Graham Ush is a clear example of that, and they need to find what them positives are all about. But them top three, it was a great contest for the 3 days.
A word on Adam Warner. He's been excellent. The ADC qualifier came through the university dart system. Sounds like a lot of fun. It looks like he's had a lot of fun as well.
He totally exceeded expectations for me, and just a nice guy. I enjoyed his interview with you. I thought he spoke very, very well, and we had a nice tweet out to say that some Sheffield mates, friends, uni friends are coming down to support him, so that's going to be giving him added incentive on Saturday night. But enjoyed watching him, and real future ahead for him.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, to go to dartshop.tv and secure your tickets. They are free before you worry about that, before you head down the M1. But yeah, let's get confirmation of Adam Warner winning the group and the groups that the other players go into. There you see Warner through to finals night. He'll be here on Saturday. In Group B, which is tomorrow evening, Chris Landman and Richard Veenstra join Kai Fan Lung, Nick Kenny and Rob Collins. That looks incredibly stacked. And Group C, which starts in the morning tomorrow, Alex Small, Jeffrey Beckhemmer, Leonard Gates is a player certainly we've been waiting to watch, and then the bottom three from this group.
I mean, Group B, I'm hoping you're not going to ask 3 from 5 at this stage. I think I've got a little bit of work to do there, but stacked. But every time I've been here, the Group B has been absolutely phenomenal, and that 5 there is very interesting. For me, Group C is all about Leonard Gates. I think I'm looking forward to seeing him. Massive scorer, can't count for toffee. So that's going to be really interesting on the comms there, but he's the name that stands out for me.
Yeah, do watch out for that. I think I'm going to speak to Matt Edgar tomorrow about that Group B, because that will test his top tips, won't it?
Yeah, I think you'd be shying away from some of that one, but I don't think I could give 3 from 5 now, any 3 from 5. I'm looking forward to watching Rob Collins, and I'm a good friend of Nick Kenny. He's really excited to get up here and or down here and give it a go, so it should be really good.
We're excited as well. Double sessions of darts coming up Thursday and Friday, 10 p.m. for the evening sessions, with that incredibly quality field in Group B. And in Group C, well, that gets underway 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But in Group A, it was Warner who won.